Hey up. Okay, we're back. Let's go. How is it going? Intro music made me wish you did quit. I saw that. I don't know where it's gone now, but I saw that. How's it going, everybody? Yeah. So I was gonna stream yesterday originally, but okay, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Fuck. Listen, it was gonna be so fucking good yesterday as well. I had the whole fucking thing planned. We were gonna go over the responses, maybe some of the an interview that Kayla had done, and then finally, I think that just would have taken us into the conversation between Himpleton and what's his face? Jidion, right? Unfortunately, that never came to pass. I don't know, Jidion's dog ate his homework or got sick or cancer or something, so I guess that's just not happening now. We'll fucking see if it happens, okay? We'll see if it happens. I've got a sneaking suspicion that Jidion is just never going to mention it again, and he's going to ride off into the sunset.
Steven's just being a silly guy.
I see Dickers finally stopped messaging his Discord kittens to finally stream. Hands must be visible at all times, Dickers.
Thank you, Just Your Nightmare, for the €5. I hugely appreciate that, mate. Thank you. I hugely appreciate that. Oh my fucking god. Why is your hair and beard totally two different colors? Are they yeah, they are totally two different colors. I don't fucking know. Don't ask me stupid fucking questions, okay? Alright, fantastic. Let's go. Let's just jump straight into it, okay? Listen, I've waited an extra day to be able to do the stream, and then I was going to be a couple days late to it anyway. Alright, so let's just jump straight into it. I think last stream we had a look at the EDP documentary, right? We went through. Do I really want to talk about the documentary too much? I mean, I guess I'll just say that, I don't know. I've been thinking about the documentary probably more and more ever since I first saw it. I gave certain bits like another rewatch, and I'm just becoming increasingly convinced it's like total fucking dog shit. It might be, like, you know, the Boogie documentary was huge and big and crazy and amazing, and anything else would have been a fucking letdown. Maybe. There's, like, admittedly a little bit of that aspect to it. But also, it's just, like, it's a total piece of shit product, isn't it? I do not care about the Twitter discourse around, oh my god, you're, like, bigging up Chris Hansen.
Getting sued for
You're,
leaking
like,
sex
you're
tapes.
making Chris Hansen look like a
Steven's just being
hero.
a silly guy.
What's with the gay shirt? I thought you finally got some.
This is what gets me some, Will, okay? You'll understand this in time. You'll understand this in time. Go out right now, okay, to the gayest Goodwill store you can find. Preferably one that also sells, like, I don't know, butt plugs, you know, poppers, that kind of stuff. That's how you know you're in the right place. And then go and buy some Hawaiian shirts. Your life will change forever, okay? I promise you. It will change your life forever. Copy my shit word for word, bar for bar. No, you're one of these people that give a fuck about Chris Hansen. I truly don't give a fuck about Chris Hansen. I think that critique just falls flat. As much, whatever anybody can fucking say about Chris Hansen, ultimately, he's somebody who kind of gave birth to the entire genre. Right?
You got dick.
Everybody currently
you're
who
getting
does
too big for
predator
your
catching
boots.
on YouTube, online, looks to Chris Hansen. Oh? Yo, Tyrone! Thank you for the 3 months of membership. Just downloaded the app. Please turn it on. High speed. Hi. Hi, Tyrone. Hi, Tyrone. You're such a fucking asshole. I didn't realize what you were saying until the end there. Alright. No, but Chris Hansen is like the person who like originally birthed the genre. Everybody who does this online looks to Chris Hansen. And despite what you might think about Chris Hansen, he is the best person to have done it ever. Hands down. Okay? There was nobody else. There's nobody else better. Has it slipped since then? Maybe you can say it's a little bit more for entertainment right now than anything else. Ultimately, he works with the police on everything that I've seen him do. All of these shows. Whether it's all the way back with To Catch a Predator, his, like, older show that he did with Crime Watch, is Hansen versus Predator. And then now it's Take a Seat with Chris Hansen. And they're like they're hogtied with like an apple in their mouth, like tarred and feathered, tased, and they get shot in the shins, and then they get handed over by the police to Chris Hansen for like an interview or something. It's yeah. Chris does it the right way. He works with Schlepp. Now, here's where people can criticize him, I guess. So Chris Hansen maybe doesn't exercise the best judgment and doesn't work with the most reputable people. 100%. Okay? I'll agree with that. But when he does predator catches, he does it the right way, you know, regardless of who he wants to associate with. So I'll just say that. I don't give a fuck about Chris Hansen being involved at all. The thing that I don't get is that there are so many different times in the documentary where EDP, like, straight up contradicts himself, right? So at the beginning, he says, I was just lonely, I'm not interested in kids, I ain't no pedo, right? And then later on, he goes on to say, oh, dude, all men want to fuck 15-year-olds. All men want to fuck 16-year-olds. Yeah, man, we all want to do it. Men are gross. So were you just lonely? Are you attracted to kids? And you think that everybody else is attracted to kids as well? That's a little interesting. It's a little interesting. And that contradiction is never picked up on. No, he never gets fucking pressed on it. Because Mike Klum doesn't want to insert himself into the documentary. I don't know if it's a lack of confidence or what. He's happy to insert himself when EDP ends up sending him pictures of his, like, turds. He includes himself then. The only times that Mike Klum is actually involved in the documentary, he asks a couple of, like, probing questions that kind of go nowhere to talk about his current life. But literally the most irrelevant time for you to be pressing anyone ever. It's like information we don't really need to know. It's like set dressing and shit like that. Or it's EDP having a friendly relationship, joking with Mike Klum.
You got dick.
Yeah, I'm a pedo.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Yeah, that girl's lying. Am I right, Mike?
If you get
am
to
I right?
enjoy the lack of research.
Yo, thank you, Samuel, for the 2. I'm looking forward to Dankyjabo as well. Yeah. But, you know, that's another time when he's seemingly joking back and forth with EDP about Kayla being a lying bitch. Now, I think that being friendly with like a subject of a documentary, you probably can't help it. You spend like so much time with these people, you probably can't just go like, pedo, wood chipper, and then still be able to finish the documentary, right? You expect some level of kind of friendliness. But I think you watch the documentary and you just get lost in this weird fucking miasma of EDP saying crazy shit and being a weird fucking pedo, and then not being actually challenged on any of the things that he's saying, any of the narratives that being put forth about himself. And that would change. That would be different if Mike Klum put himself into the documentary as like an active participant, challenging him and trying to dig down on exactly what he means. Because I don't know if people are talking enough about this. The entire documentary is fundamentally undermined the entire way through when EDP says that he's trying to play a villain. He's always loved villains, and he now wants to give the people what they want. How can you trust? How is a viewer supposed to know which parts are authentic, which parts aren't? Because if he says something that kind of exculpates him, it's like, okay, he's not playing a character then, but he obviously doesn't want to... He has an incentive to portray himself as innocent, right? But if he says something crazy about how, yeah, I want to fuck the innocence out of that girl, is that genuine? Or is he trying to play into this villain character? Like, the waters are so fucking murky. So, there's some kind of investigation into EDP's, like, pedophilia and perversions. EDP is the pedophile. It totally fails there, because it's, like, internally inconsistent. And Mike Klum doesn't want to challenge on EDP on anything. Maybe for fear of losing the documentary? Given the fact that it's going to be a big media piece? Difficult to say. Right? Maybe, possibly. The vibe that I get a little bit is that Mike Klum is more interested in putting out a big piece of content that a lot of people are going to talk about, and a lot of people are going to celebrate him over, like the Boogie documentary, than actually digging into something.
Ed was used to remind us Hunter Failure Doc was a hit on current ped hunts, and so Ed could dance on ops graves. Thoughts?
EDP was used to remind us of Hunter Failure. Doc was a hit on current pred hunters, and so EDP could dance on ops graves. Thoughts? I disagree with that even. literally any motivation or synopsis that you try and come up with for the EDP documentary falls flat until you say, well, Mike Klum wanted to create like a piece of content. Mike Klum wanted to create a piece of content and include all of his like YouTuber buddies in the content as well. That's the only way to be able to like actually look through the documentary.
That's just, Steven's just being a silly guy.
Weird Hour Dickers stream. I'll take it. The lack of Dickens is noticed.
I appreciate it, Dan Mac. I appreciate the 5, and I appreciate you noticing me, okay? Listen, it's going to be a difficult time currently anyway, with, like, fitting things in, but regardless, yeah, I appreciate it, thank you. So, yeah, there's that as well. And so I think a lot of the criticism that people have kind of lands pretty hard. I felt even at the time that some of these, like I guess recreations and stuff, it feels weirdly uncomfortable, and I've kind of realized now why. Actually, fuck it, I'll pull some of this stuff up. Mike Plum. What am I talking about? Because it feels like low budget pornography. In a really fucking weird way, okay? You're gonna have to follow me on this. You're gonna have to follow me on this for a little bit, okay?
Okay, cool. So that's perfect.
Okay, Jesus Christ. That wasn't what I was coming here for. Fuck me. Okay. Hold on. Where is it? It's particularly the scene where he's sending his cock and the girl is, like, disgusted. Where is it, man? Where is it? Oh my god. It's got to be around here somewhere, right? It's when the big fat guy is all fat and naked. That's through a lot of the documentary, actually. That is through a lot of the documentary.
Nothing. I'm 13. I don't know if I told you.
That makes up you and about 99% of my no pussy getting fucking.
Okay, nope, not gonna play that. That's gonna get me age restricted. But just a lot of this. Everybody knows the scene I'm talking about, right? EDP, fat
Getting sued for leaking
EDP,
sex tapes.
takes down his fucking trousers, he's taking pictures of his cock, and then he's sending it over to this girl.
Because it has come to our attention that you've had Kayla added for at least a year, maybe even 2. Can you leak all of your DMs for transparency? Smiley
Thank
face
you,
emoji.
Speed Racer. I think I didn't really speak to Kayla until she turned 18, because I didn't feel comfortable interviewing somebody about their childhood, like, abuse. I'm not even sure exactly how to describe it. I spoke to Verdas, the guy who's originally pushing this shit forward, but no, I think she sent me like a link or something like that. But I felt uncomfortable having a at the time minor go into any detail, frankly, about kind of sexual exploitation they'd been through, which is another thing that this documentary seemingly has no qualms about at all. But yeah, these reenactions, okay? I'm gonna finish this point really quickly. Maybe you see where I'm going. The way that she's dressed up, I've got no doubt that some 13-year-old girls look like this, okay? But it's either some kind of stereotyping that maybe is there for comedy. I don't know if we're here for comedy. I think we're mainly here to be able to
for leaking sex tapes.
maybe look into the story, peel back some layers, understand a little bit more.
Update on Pie. Not
Oh my
only
God,
did he
this
force
shit.
people iOS not 18 to screen share him, corn emoji, but he also put CP on his story on TikTok. You should expose him for this.
Okay, thank you very much. I saved your last dono that you sent me. I'll maybe look into it, okay? We'll see. Probably going to be a lot easier if somebody else makes a video, but I appreciate it, okay? I don't know who either. But yeah, it just, the whole setup with the melodramatic kind of reactions, the really fucking seedy, weird energy that it has, her being dressed up as like, it just frankly, it comes across as like age play. I don't know. She's got all of these fucking bracelets that you might see like a 5-year-old have. She literally has got pigtails on. She's fully dressed up in these pink frilly outfits. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, what the fuck are we doing here? I could just maybe I'm going too wood chipper brained, but I could just imagine like a pedophile jacking off to it. You know, it just feels like a weird kind of low grade pornography. Softcore, obviously, but regardless, it's got like a really uneasy feeling. It feels like it's a documentary made about a pedophile that isn't even prepared to take the subject matter of pedophilia particularly seriously, which is quite strange. Which is very, very strange. There's some other really gay shit where he writes off a lot of Kayla's claims against Jidion. Completely writes them off. Because as a 15-year-old, she said some fucking crazy shit about Jidion, including being in the Illuminati. Frankly, don't care. This guy buddied up with a real child in order to do his predator catching. And we're going to leave it on a bookend of, well, she's crazy. This 15-year-old is maybe not the most reliable person. Yeah, you think? Isn't that the entire problem? Anyway. So yeah, I've got a lot of thoughts about it. Fuck it, actually. Let's go through some of the commentary about it. Before we get to Jidion's response and Kayla's response, let's have a look at what some people have been talking about it. So I've heard that I Hate Everything has done an interesting critique about it. Let's have a gander. Alright? Videos. Where the fuck did this get posted? I Hate Everything. EDP. Dog. Yes, let's go!
What is up, everybody? This is Alex from HETV, and today I'm talking about the Mike Klum documentary, The Sick Mind of EDP 445. This is his second documentary uploaded to YouTube.
Also quotes her out of context and messes up the timeline of her being messaged by EDP. No, somebody sent me some stuff about that as well, Nicandros. Yeah, don't worry, listen. We'll get to that later. 100%.
To the dark, sad life of Boogie 2988, and unlike the one on Boogie, where I actually know who Boogie is and have actually spoken to him before, I went into this knowing nothing about EDP 445, probably for the better. And it's interesting to talk about because, I mean, everyone's watching it. It's hugely successful already, despite this idea that it's being repressed and YouTube is limiting its visibility and all this. And, you know, maybe it should. Like, I think there's something quite irresponsible about this video that is a different kettle of fish to...
I mean, I'm gonna have sympathy anytime that, you know, somebody gets fucked with by YouTube, okay? Just because above, you know, you can say about, well, the TOS, you should be more accordant with it. It just kind of sucks. It just sucks for YouTube to be fucking with your content. But at the same time, you've got, like, uncensored F-slurs in this shit. Like, full uncensored F-slurs. You got a fat guy who, I don't know if he's got a thong on or something, but he may as well be naked for the amount of flesh that you're fucking showing. This guy's got tits! Why does he need to be in the bath? Was it? Oh, you guys remember of the original EDP allegations? That historic moment where we find out he was in the bath. Is that a canon event? Or is that window dressing that Mike Klum has had? Because he's got a weird fascination around big boys in bathtubs. I think this guy's a fat fetishist. I'm saying it now. I said it jokingly when I watched the documentary. I'm saying it now. I think Mike Klum finds it titillating to see fat people in bathtubs.
The Boogie one. I'll start with some positives. The production value is extremely high for a drama slop video, essentially. This is easily as well made as the true crime bullshit on Netflix and a lot of sloppumentaries that are being made at the moment. And so what bugs me about this that didn't bug me about the Boogie one? Well, the Boogie stuff and the mistakes he's made sit in a different pocket to the EDP thing. I think we can agree on that. Lying about cancer and crypto rug pulls is one thing, but this is about being a child predator, essentially. And I don't think Mike Klum has the finesse to navigate this topic in a responsible way, or in a way that feels very productive and kind of is ironic with how it's using the subject matter to give it an air of importance in the same way that these predator catcher channels that have gotten exceedingly more popular in the past 5 years or so, which are using a dark, disgusting, serious issue to kind of posture that they're doing something about it because it gets everyone so upset and enraged, like rightfully. So what it means is that opportunists can jump in, and he's saying that he's you know, giving all the proceeds of the documentary to a non-profit. And while that may be true, one, I don't really understand his funding model at all, how he's able to commit so much time. I don't know if he has like a job on the side or what he's doing. And also, I highly doubt this video is monetized. I don't know how that would be possible, considering some of its...
I mean, it just isn't, right? There's no way that he ever thought this was going to be fucking monetized. Uncensored F-slurs. Going fucking crazy. Nobody thought this shit was going to be fucking demonetized. The fact that it was age restricted, maybe that's a bit of surprise. But I mean, you're like recreating sexual exchanges between a guy in his 30s or 40s and a 13 or 15-year-old girl. You think that's going to be monetized? You think that YouTube's going to think that's A-okay? Yeah, come on, man. I mean, he's got a dono link at the end. Give him claps for that, but I don't know. The idea that this is doing some kind of, like, public service, I don't think it is. And I fuck. Is he as bad? I don't think that he's nearly as bad, okay? I don't think that Mike Klum is nearly as bad as the Predator catchers, but I can see the parallels being made, right? He does take a very serious topic and produce something that goes quite deep into it, interviews victims, gets like first-hand access to a lot of that information, and that essentially does nothing but make a pure slop entertainment product and kind of says nothing, right? It doesn't do any good. It doesn't, you know, teach you anything about exactly what happened here or delve into any of the fucking layers. Or the only new information that we got to learn about was the fact that EDP hates Mizkif, Destiny, Charlie, Mutahar. Literally the only new information that we got.
Its contents. But let's not pretend that this isn't self-serving first and foremost at the top of the pyramid. Like, everyone knows it's Mike Klum. People talk about it using his name.
Second, what do you think about the documentary in general, though? I think it depends what you, like, walk into it with, okay? If you're looking for, like, an actual documentary, you're going to be extremely fucking disappointed. Like, extremely disappointed. If you're coming into it for, like, a hoo-hoo-ha-ha drama slop content, okay? I will say, 100%, it is high-grade drama slop. It's like S-tier. There's no denying it, okay? It's like Michelin star drama slop. But it's not really a documentary, you know? Nothing gets explored. Nothing actually gets confirmed or dug into or pressed upon or anything. It's kind of valueless, I feel like. I hope Primetime fails so I can hear Queen and Mold for hours on end. Primetime.
Is ultimately, at the end of the day, getting attention to Mike Klum using something
Oh, fuck. Primetime. The Chris Hansen movie. Yeah, with Robert Pattinson. Yeah.
up and evil to build up a brand, a name, even though the documentary on its face is making out and trying to show different sides of the kind of predator catching space and what is right or wrong with it. And while I can say this more for the Boogie one, where I was more like, this is cool that something of this kind of quality is being put on YouTube for everyone to watch for free. It's not behind a paywall of any kind. It does, unfortunately, give you the out of like, well, it's just a YouTube video. So when you're getting to irrelevant cameos from like Boogie, like why is Boogie in this outside of the fact that he was in the other documentary? Why is this asshole in there? And why are they making Chris Chan jokes in the content of the documentary? Tonally, that just doesn't make sense. How serious the subject matter is, it doesn't match like the Boogie one. It's fucked up. Like the impression.
My friends walked away from the documentary thinking EDP is actually cool. So I think it did the exact opposite of what it wanted to do. These friends are normies, by the way. No, I don't think... I completely reject that. I don't think that Mike Klum was filming this being like, fuck. There might be like an American Psycho effect, right? Where you're not supposed to like the prime character, but they're funny and they're interesting and they're kind of like the protagonist of it. And so you come away with, like, if you were just to read about the things that EDP had done, it's like, oh, that guy's like a vile fucking pedophile. You come away from this and all the fucking jokes and the little insights to his life, the little bits where he comes across as charismatic, it's like, oh, okay, yeah. I just don't think this documentary takes any of the crimes that he actually did very seriously. So no, I can understand how people come away from this, like, thinking that EDP is funny and cool. Yeah.
The impression I'm kind of getting from Mike Klum is that he's kind of buddy with a few different YouTubers. That is some of the connective tissue and explains some of the random appearances like Keemstar and Boogie towards the end. Like, is this a documentary or is this a YouTube video? You can't really...
They should rather have gotten a psychologist to comment on this shit. Well, they did, right? They got my they got my favorite inclusion of the entire documentary in there to speak for a little bit, you know? The rapist, sorry, therapist, an assaulter. Yep, they got an assaulter. They got an assaulter to be able to to be able to break down whether whether EDP is a pedophile or not. Easily the best inclusion of the entire thing. But all she comes in to say is, "Oh yeah, this guy's like a pedo." You know? And she gets it factually wrong. She says that he's a child molester, despite the fact that he hasn't actually successfully molested anybody, so far as we're aware. But I guess you kind of understand what she's trying to say, I suppose. I don't know if she's fully aware of exactly what's going on. I don't know if her comments have been treated particularly seriously. I think it's just maybe cool to have like a clinical psychologist in there, because her interview is completely mismanaged, in my opinion.
Really be both. You can't claim to be one when you're actually the other. It's not on the same level, but it reminds me a little bit of when...
Wait, really? She was in there? Yeah, exactly. Right? They get like a clinical psychologist who can like speak on this stuff quite extensively and maybe, you know, dive into a little bit of the psychology behind this. Maybe do some actual, you know, Dr. Grande stuff where I'm not talking about this particular case, but maybe somebody in a similar circumstance, okay? I'm not diagnosing anyone in this video, right? Could have done the whole, you know, disclaimer and then gone into what they actually think about it. But the inclusion of the clinical psychologist is so minor, it's like, what do they even say? Nothing. It's like so fucking forgettable. And they tell you exactly what you already know. It doesn't matter if they're 15 and it's not technically a pedo. It's still like it's still an inappropriate sexual engagement, right?
When Shane Dawson was making those quote-unquote...
You might not be a pedophile. You may be innocent of being a pedophile, but you are guilty of being a pedo, you know?
Documentaries when they were just YouTube videos, which are basically just highly edited vlogs in the end. I don't know, I'd like to see some kind of follow-up explaining the intent, how this was made and funded, what he thought he was achieving by including sections of EDP being like, yeah, God save me, man. It just feels like it's designed to be crude entertainment that you kind of point and laugh at, with the more YouTube video feeling of it being like just these random appearances, like Oompaville's in there, Moist Critical. It's very weird and really loses its shape towards the end. Like, what is the focus here? Do we need a whole segment on EDP sending Mike Klum shit pics? I don't know, the more I'm thinking about this, the more I'm talking about this, the more it's kind of pissing me off. And even though the production value is extremely high, it, like a lot of documentaries do, has reenactments and actors playing characters. A lot of them are children, and it's very weird and frankly unnecessary. Like, they have babies, they have kids, it's weird, man. And frankly isn't confrontational enough and just seems to be acting like a platform to give him a voice. Like, was he...
Whoa! I just want to say, okay, unironically, this is not pre-watched. This is not pre-watched at all. This is not pre-watched, okay? I literally watching this for the first time. I think I saw like a 30-second Twitter clip. I 100% agree. I feel like Mike Klum is just not taking this very seriously. Or maybe he's insanely desensitized to the actual topic matter. It depends what role you want to be in my opinion, right? Like, if you want to be like a commentary dude who fucking, I don't know, makes videos somewhat irreverently and that's your like whole brand, that's totally fine, because you're operating in a completely different medium, right? You can make irreverent comments about stuff because nobody's taking you particularly seriously. But as soon as you have like a documentary that's supposed to be building up for 2 years to really dig into the boogie stuff, into the EDP stuff, you got people involved in the story like Jidion saying that this is going to vindicate them one way or another. And then it comes out and it's like drama slop. It's like, dude, what? He was trying to be Vice. I did see an interview between Mike Klum and Ethan Klein. I saw a clip of that where he said that he was looking at what Vice did and he was trying to replicate and emulate them. But even with Vice documentaries, the documentarian is your like straight man through the entire documentary. You know, he's your point of focus, and everything else kind of bounces off them. And I feel especially when you're doing like really serious subject matter, I think that's kind of important, you know? I think that's kind of essential. Like if I'm thinking about, you know, pedo documentaries that have actually made me like think about kind of pedophilia, or I feel has done a good job in terms of challenging stuff and really kind of like peeling back layers. It's going to be some of the ones that Louis Theroux has done, where he's kind of the central character, I guess, and it's his reactions and his pressing that kind of, you know, reveals a lot of information. Or it's that Channel 4 one into Lolicon in Japan. I'm pretty sure that everyone knows what I'm talking about, right? I watched it on Kick a little bit ago. If you want to go and look it up yourself, it's fine. The documentarian is a little bit soy, to be completely honest, okay? She doesn't come across as particularly intelligent or likable. But no, the Channel 4 documentary into Japan, Lolicon, and like erotic art of children. That's also, it kind of like peels back layers. But again, it's because these people are talking about, this is normal, this is fine, this is totally legal. I've been doing this for years. There's a big market for this. And there's, for lack of a better word, somebody normal to be able to say, these are kids though, right? These are kids. You're catering to pedophiles, aren't you? You know? And that kind of peels it back a bit, but I don't think this has anything like this, you know? It like fundamentally fails. I do wonder if, for a documentary like this, where you're dealing with such a serious subject matter, if that might actually be essential. Part of me thinks it might be.
He paid for this? I really hope not. EDP, I mean. But also, it's like, why would you even agree to do this outside of him?
Beckett talked to Quinn Theo at the Inside mod interview. Quinn Theo thinks that Inside is laying low and made Kayla get groomed more by EDP. Interesting. Hey, listen, feel free to pop it in the streaming box. Pop it in the Discord, okay?
I'm just being like a dumbass. I also found it quite ironic when Hansen showed up and he was like, oh, all these YouTubers, they're just doing it for attention and clicks. And it's like, what, so you're just doing it out of the goodness of your heart? Like you weren't doing that for attention as well? Because it was a hugely successful TV show and it's what, just more legitimate because it was on television. To illustrate what I mean and give a counterexample of a documentary that actually handles the subject matter, very similar subject matter, with the gravitas and tonal consistency that it deserves, the 2020 film Caught in the Net is how you do it. It doesn't have Chris Chan memes in it, it doesn't have fucking Keemstar showing up. There is something to be said about the exploitation online and how vulnerable it makes children. But this documentary does a shitty job exploring it in a non-sensationalized or unchallenged kind of way. A lot of the runtime are testimonials from EDP talking about his relationships, or lack thereof, and how much of a porn addict he is. I get what it's nudging at, what it's trying to say, or what it's going for. But Mike Klum is not Louis Theroux. He is someone who has also acknowledged similar subject matter before, and kind of like Klum, going for more of a humanistic angle of trying to explain the history of these people, the hows and whys, and looking at them as individuals. But Louis understands how to navigate that kind of subject matter with as much grace as you can. And I know it's just going to get way more clicks when it has a subject like EDP at the forefront, but I think maybe if he just focused on the predator catchers themselves and how they fuck up investigations and are basically responsible for him never getting any criminal justice, which is part of the doc, but feels very odd juxtaposed against the sense of humor it has and these weird comedy bits with EDP with a notepad talking about why he loves Andrew Tate and this kind of thing. The through line is very messy and unfocused, and I just think he made a mistake with how he handled
Dude, this feels like, I don't know if this is a perfect comparison, but hopefully you get what I'm trying to go for here. It feels like a sketch comedy approach to documentary filmmaking. You know what I mean? Like in the 90s, there was a big explosion of comedy shows where it'd just be like several sketches throughout the runtime and that was it. But they were all disconnected and they didn't flow like one to another. A lot of them inspired by Monty Python, but whatever. It feels kind of like that, you know? Where you've got like individual chapters that kind of go nowhere. They don't stay with you for very long. They don't actually get dug into that much. But it feels like a bunch of brainstormed ideas that somebody's come up with. Yeah, stick that in. Yeah, we can like slice that in there and cool and, you know. But none of them are actually the focus.
this.
Tonally deaf. It's tonally deaf, but also it's like it's got total tonal whiplash, you know? So in some instances of it, it's treating, you know, a cock being sent to a 15-year-old girl as like a really funny or comedic thing that happened. And then later on, it's talking about how serious this stuff is and, you know, encouraging people to donate to RAIN. It's like, none of this feels particularly serious. I don't feel like, I don't come out of that documentary thinking, damn, kids online are in real dire danger, you know? it's not convinced me to make a donation. It just feels funny more than anything.
The subject matter. And basically no one who's featured in this winds up looking good at all, including Mike Klum, everybody. And while I obviously think there's a great injustice to the abuse of children in this fucking awful world, I don't think Vigilantes and Jidion, fucking Vitally, Skeeter Jean, Sneeko are the people we want being vigilantes who are, let's be honest, using this first and foremost for themselves. It's the perfect combination of a subject matter that gets massive engagement mixed with this like moral justification. But some of you might remember Mama Max, another YouTuber who claimed to be doing a similar thing, also wound up being an opportunist, using the darkest of dark subject matter to encourage a fan base to feel like they're doing something or being productive, and just happening to have a hugely successful Patreon off the back of it, at the time anyway. And kind of has an open-ended ending, like he still could be charged, right? That's what would be right. And you have to ask yourself, is this documentary helping in any way? Is this not just sick Coliseum-level entertainment at the expense of someone disgusting and evil? I don't know, this feels trend-chasing. It's a disappointing follow-up to the Boogie one, and I hope he picks a different subject. Because even though he has therapists in there and professionals giving their testimonials, it's not enough. You can't just have the veneer of professionalism with the production value kind of giving you this impression that it is more, oh my god, giving you this impression that it is more important and serious and legitimate than what its actual backbone is, which is effectively a drama slop video, of which there are already hundreds of, to do with EDP. So those are my thoughts. Let me know your thoughts on the documentary. Do you think it does a good job at shining a light on this subject matter? Let me know in the comments. I'll see you.
Okay, base. Dickers, did you see Mike Klum release more of the interview with EDP about poo pics, where he just shows the images uncensored? I mean, that doesn't surprise me at all. That doesn't surprise me at all. Is there like a second channel for Mike Klum? Mike Klum, EDP, poop. Let's put that into the search bar and see. Mike Klum 2, is this it? Yeah. I think I know exactly what you're talking about, right? Here we go. EDP loves Charlie Kirk. EDP compares himself to Epstein and others. EDP takes a shit pic. I mean, is this really... I feel like the clips, this is probably like a perfect encapsulation of everything wrong with the Mike Klum documentary. I've got to totally be honest, okay? I've got to totally fucking be honest. Because just take a look. This is what was cut off. These are the highlights that are supposed to, like, enter, kind of tempt you to watch the rest of the documentary. This is the stuff that, maybe on the cutting room floor. Maybe the stuff that's meant to go even more viral or be, like, memed on and shit. This is like a perfect encapsulation of, like, a complete unfocused mess. Compares himself to Epstein. Loves Charlie Kirk. Issues a warning to Jidion. Visits his childhood home? Shit pics interview, extended, loves Ben Shapiro, draws his ideal girlfriend, talks about Wings of Redemption. What are we doing here? And what is the point of any of this? Huh? Can you please censor the top right thumbnail, dickers? If YouTube has allowed it past its fucking thumbnail detection, I'm allowing it on stream, okay? Oh my god. Don't watch it, dickers, you will get banned. It's uncensored. Chud watched it on Kick only. Okay. Maybe I'll watch it on Kick only later. Maybe we'll do a dono goal for that, right? Go to 7:30 on the toilet one. Okay, I'm taking it off screen.
How shit pics for me really got stuck back.
Is that really what you wanted? That's what you wanted me to hear? This guy fucking backfiring.
You know what I mean? Because it was so bad. As a matter of fact.
Fuck me, man. This guy's like firing out cannonballs. Okay, that's amazing. Real documentary filmmaking. Absolutely. We love it. 100%. Let's go. Oh my fucking god. Okay, that's amazing. Okay. Actually, we got a little bit of an insight from somebody who usually does media critique. Do we go for Dead Domain? Let's go for Dead Domain, actually. They did a video talking about this stuff as well. Didn't they? Okay, 40 minutes. Not that long. We can get through it, and then we'll go into all the responses. Okay? Sound fair? Nice. There's so many shitty takes on this doc, man. I think the doc is pretty shitty. But maybe. We'll see, okay? I haven't seen anybody try to make it a race thing yet. Okay? So eventually, I'm sure we'll dig down and find that.
I don't generally pay much attention to lolcows and the internet spaces around them. I honestly find it to be a generally distasteful bunch of people usually just trying to entrap or otherwise psychologically torture people who are already impaired in some way, and it's just kind of disgusting. However, I am always interested in victim advocacy, and when it comes to true crimes and documentaries about said crimes, I admit to being interested. Yet, I am also incredibly critical of efforts from people like Alex Rosen or Chris Hansen, who have made names off of being true crime investigators and predator hunters, when the reality is usually they just purposefully entrap people, often fucking up a valuable methodology that leads to very real predators then being let go, and even worse, often enabling escalation of dangerous behaviors by essentially playing into violent and depraved fantasies of the people that they're catfishing. So,
wait, what? Okay. I might need to read a little bit of this. This is a critique that I have not heard. Okay. I will say, if you're in 2026, if you're like a predator hunter, that offensively, I mean, just like catch and release, yeah? You get somebody, you do a confrontation, and you know that it's gonna go absolutely fucking nowhere. Like, because you're not handling this in a way that the police can even possibly use it. You're not trying to, correspond with them to make sure that, this will be useful to them. You're not interested in any of that at all. I mean, are you really a fucking hunter? I'm already sure. Like, if you hire somebody to do pest control, you've got a fucking rat problem in your house. You hire somebody, pay them like a 200 quid, something like that, to do pest control. And then they catch them. And then after an hour, they release them straight back into your fucking house. I mean, are they pest control or what? Like, what are they doing? What are they fucking doing? Like, doing it for sport, I guess? Yeah, totally fucking useless.
By essentially playing into violent and depraved fantasies of the people that they're catfishing. So, when I heard there was a doc on somebody named EDP, and then I looked up who EDP was and what he did.
But insofar as, like, people criticizing these people for, like, feeding into their fantasies, I maybe think that's gross? I don't know. Maybe you think that's gross. Maybe personally, that kind of weirds you out. I would have to ask exactly what the fucking harm is, right? Are you going to turn this person into more of a pedophile by doing this? Is there any evidence of that? I don't think that's really how pedophilia works, Wait, hold on. Check Dankyjabo's community post. He deleted the Jidion video. Fuck! Please tell me that somebody archived this! Fuck me! Really? Okay. I'm gonna make some calls, man. I'm gonna make some calls. He heard that Dickers was going live.
I found out there is an entire film about this. I admit, at that point, I was curious. I wanted to see if this was a cutting, incisive documentary that shows how harmful the predator hunting efforts
Okay, it's unlisted, it's not privated, I'll be able to watch it, okay?
Can be when they're botched, letting dangerous and vile people like EDP roam free when they should be behind bars, despite the things he's done and admitted to doing. Or perhaps I was hoping that maybe there'd be some insight into the modern internet ecosystem and how allowing noxious predators like Andrew Tate to have a platform contributes to harmful attitudes towards women, things that you see repeated by EDP. And if you haven't watched the documentary yet, first of all, I'm very jealous. But second, let me tell you up front, if you think it might hold any of those ideas, if you think it might be any way enlightening or critical of the systems that allow predators to harm actual children, then you, like me, will be sorely disappointed. And as
Oh, really? Wait. Have you seen the I Hate Everything video? Literally just watched it. I made a response to that. Oh, dude. It's a great fucking drama stream where your docket just grows by itself. It's absolutely amazing. Okay, Kino Flex, I'll put your response on next, okay? I'm excited to see what you say.
As you watch this, you will probably also be, like I was, drawn to anger and revulsion far, far more than just mild disappointment. I want to be clear with who's to blame on this. What director and documentarian Mike Klum has done with his EDP 445 documentary is nothing short of exploiting a pedophile like he was a sideshow geek, playing into some of the most
Getting sued for
vile
leaking
and
sex tapes. That's just Steven's just being a silly guy.
Yo.
Why do these people take so long to get to the damn point? It's like a run-on sentence about nothing.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Dan, let's be honest, mate. You are watching a Dicker stream. Thank you for the 5. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I'm fucking... Wait, hold on. I need to get back into this, because I think we finally did get to the point. Does Dead Domain think the Mike Klum documentary is bad because it was bad against... her EDP? I need to listen to that again to fully understand what's being said.
And Mike Klum has done with his EDP 445 documentary is nothing short of exploiting a pedophile like he was a sideshow geek, playing into some...
Do we actually care? Do we actually care about that? Like, evaluate the media property on itself, evaluate what's being put out into the public and the kind of ideas, the kind of image that people come away from the documentary with. It's exploiting EDP? That's the true victim of the Mike Klum documentary? I don't really care. What do you mean? Is this gonna hurt his public profile? Is he not gonna be able to get a job after the Mike Klum documentary? Okay.
Some of the most vile and voyeuristic tendencies of unrepentant monsters like EDP, while effectively doing absolutely nothing to illuminate the reasons behind his monstrosity, or even doing the bare minimum to defend victims from the harmful ideas that allow predators like this to go about their lives unimpeded. In fact, I would go even farther to say that several people in this documentary, Mike Klum included, need to be brought up on fucking charges, including child endangerment. There is a litany of stomach-churning shit throughout this doc, including putting actual children in the presence of an admitted pedophile. Like,
I just think, like, trying to go that deep into why EDP does what he does, Mike Klum did try to do that, right? Child exploitation charges, talking to Kayla when she was under the age of 18. I'm guessing that's where it's going to come from. I guess we'll talk about that in a bit, but I don't know. I don't really get that idea. I don't really get that idea at all.
I keep saying this, but when I saw Melania at the beginning of the year, I thought there's no fucking way. It's impossible that there could be a worse movie this year. And then Citizen Vigilante came out. And even though Citizen Vigilante was basically a manifesto to racial violence and incitement, it was also still fictional and far-fetched. This, however, is a legitimately dangerous film that enables so many of the harmful ideas and narratives with no pushback or accountability. And all of that is made more insulting by the limp attempts in the last 10 minutes to suddenly act like Mike Klum gives a fuck about victims. So, up front, fuck you, Mike. The opening of the film basically plays like a trailer, showing how depraved and unrepentant EDP is as he spews a litany of slurs at his detractors and other drama centers online. He also talks in grotesque detail about being attracted to minors and children, and then you find out that the filmmaker apparently followed EDP for 2 years to make this. The effort that went into this thing is genuinely baffling. EDP is given soundstage setups like he's aura farming. There are cutaways where they play dress up with fake arrest lineup backgrounds. So from the jump, it's apparent that the filmmaker isn't interested in capturing the real, often mundane depravity of someone like EDP, but instead is more intent in making a polished documentary, complete with actor reenactments of scenes like ones where EDP is sexually texting minors. So much of this intro in the documentary as a whole can be called unnecessary. There's literally no...
I mean, sure, it's like well polished and it's got like high production value and it's made to be an entertaining piece. The boring depravity. I mean, it's literally him for the majority of it in his house on his own, talking about how lonely he is as he's like texting back and forth with this kid. Like, I think they do try and press EDP on why he is the way he is. He claims that he's lonely, and then later on he just claims that he's just into people who are like 15, 16, younger. Right? Like, they do try and delve into why he is the way he is. I don't think that those kind of questions are that interesting. People always think there's going to be some really, like, philosophically, you know, spurring reason why pedophiles are the way they are. Raped at a young age, incredibly socially dysfunctional, or they were just born that way and will probably never really understand why. I think it just boils down to one of those 3 buckets, no? Like, maybe I've watched a little bit too much of this content, but I feel like there's been documentaries done on this shit before that's kind of illuminated that issue. If you're walking into the EDP documentary trying to figure out what a pedophile is, I think you're in the wrong place, maybe.
No reason to reenact a minor texting a predator, which we'll get to. But there's certainly no need to fictionalize and show several long and drawn-out sequences where the actors are reading the depraved, lurid rape fantasies that EDP sent. The only reason so much effort and polish, and obviously money, went into this was to sensationalize a genuinely dangerous predator. And don't give me bullshit, Mike, about how all proceeds from this will go to Rain, a reminder that bookends the film. Because as anyone who makes YouTube videos knows, exposure is its own payment, and by sensationalizing this disgusting spectacle, Mike is still very much profiting from this through a variety of means, including growing his viewer base, which is the ultimate goal of any clout-chasing dipshit. Documentaries should illuminate new information about the subject covered. It shouldn't just be a compilation of already known facts you could find on a Wikitubia article. A good documentary should help a viewer gain some kind of insight into a subject, whether that's through the documentarian doing interviews, capturing vulnerable moments, catching them off guard, what have you. But there is no real new information uncovered here. In over an hour and a half of a film, there's nothing to learn that can't be gleaned from just browsing a brief Google search. So in the simple...
Whoa, okay. So mean that they're meant to go on that, actually. There's just, like, absolutely nothing learned. Oh, dude, some of the criticism that's been given so far, you're exploiting a pedophile for clicks and views, you're trying to grow your viewer base, you're doing this purely for profit. I think Mike Klum is more interested in, like, clout and the notoriety of being the guy who makes YouTube videos. It's just like a nothing point. Like, appraise the documentary on its own grounds. You can criticize Mike Klum later on, after you firmly established how dog shit it is, but, like, how long are we into the video? 5 minutes? Okay.
Simple merits of contributing any meaningful new information to the conversation.
Mike Klum doesn't need the money, by the way. Yeah, I know. Like, I'm pretty sure the EDP documentary and the Boogie documentary, I mean, just look at them. They're, like, huge pieces of media. The EDP one with, like, huge reconstructions and paying actors, and the editing has got to be fucking insane. Never mind all of the actors and the shooters and the recreations and stuff like that. I don't think this is, like, a money-making venture, right? No, I think Mike Klum just wants to be the guy who makes the documentaries, you know?
Mike Klum fails spectacularly, which, as you find out while watching the doc, leaves little else to do than watch a predator laugh and brag about not being in prison. Brag about his violent murder fantasies, and then interviewing a bunch of YouTubers with nothing else going on between their fucking brains than to throw out some generic platitudes about how EDP is a bad person. Like, oh yeah, great. Yeah, we'll get to Penguin Zero, Mudahar, and all the other scumfucks who decided to give their cameo appearance to this pile of shit. At every turn, I kept asking, why? Why were the facts presented this way? Why was the story told in the order that was chosen? Why did they leave an interview with an actual psychologist pushing back on EDP's rhetoric that normalizes attraction towards minors until the last 10 minutes? And all I can say, it's because, like I did, people will watch it. People will be disgusted by it, but seeing the polish and amount of names attached, like I did, will be drawn to seeing it through in the hopes that it goes somewhere, that it will build to some tangibly new revelations or try to hold someone to accountability. Words like vile, irresponsible, and repugnant do very little to describe this film and what it entails. And that has little to do with the actual subject matter.
I mean, it's just not that bad. It's just not that bad. If you're thinking about the criticism of an EDP documentary you're going to include in the first 7 minutes of your 40-minute video about it, the cameo appearances of famous YouTubers, it's just not that big of a fucking deal. It's like a little bit embarrassing. It's clearly a little bit kind of, you know, elbow rubbing, making some friends, little cameos, celebrity appearance. Maybe they'll go on their channel and talk about it ahead of time to be able to, like, big it up. It's maybe embarrassing after the fundamentals of the documentary, like, fail so fucking horrifically. But is it, like, that's really the thing we're going to criticize it for? Yeah, I don't know. I feel as though this... if the criticism is like this 7 minutes in, I feel like I'm probably going to just have a really bad time on stream watching the rest of it, I'm going to be honest. This is really where you're starting out the criticism with? This is the real hard-hitting criticism? Yeah, I think we'll just skip. Okay. Let's go back. Watch that Kino guy's response. I will. That's what I'm going to pull up next. Okay, we're going to do this. If Kino Flex wants to call in, by the way, he absolutely can. He should feel free to. All right, we can maybe have a conversation about it. We'll see. Could be fun. Yeah, okay. We'll get to Kino Flex's response. We'll see if he wants to call in. And then we'll get to Jidion, Kayla, everybody else, okay? The actual hard-hitting stuff. Let's go for it. Okay. Whoops. Is this... Can I... Oh, and my Discord's dead. Oh, don't do this to me, man. Okay. I'm just gonna type it into my fucking YouTube bar since my Discord isn't letting me carry across a link. Okay. Kino Flex. Let's go. Nice. Wait, what? Oh, live streams. Whoops.
Hey guys, what's up? KinoFlex here. The EDP documentary from Mike Klum has been doing some massive numbers lately, since it's a very high-level production that you can watch right now for free. And as
okay, let's go. KinoFlex, friend of the channel, making a defense video of Mike Klum of EDP. I'm not sure. Is he pro or anti-pedophilia?
someone who is not expecting much from it, I was completely blown away by it. I think Mike Klum is a fantastic interviewer who knows exactly what to do in order to get answers out of people.
Oh, what? What? No! How can you say that? He doesn't ask any incisive questions to be able to fucking dive any deeper. This guy is not Louis Theroux. What are we talking about? I would love one fucking instance where EDP's clearly asked a question and then it's asked a follow-up question to be able to dig a little bit deeper. Huh?
And as a result, you get a subject that should be niche to most people, only to become universally accessible. I would say he explored the subject so thoroughly to a degree that I don't think there's really anything else he could have done to make it better than it already is.
What? Okay. Let's let him let's let Kino Flex lay it out before I scream in anymore.
So I'm satisfied with it, but I've seen a number of people, such as the channel I Hate Everything, approaching it in the most bad faith way possible so they could dismiss it. And I want to respond to some of it because the types of arguments Alex or I Hate Everything makes in his video have been frequently brought up, and I'm sick of seeing them go unaddressed because they don't really have any thought put into them at all. But let's just get into the video so you see what I mean.
I went into this knowing nothing about EDP 445.
Earlier you called it premium slop. What more can you ask for? I'll tell you what more you can ask for, okay? As a viewer of YouTube, generally, okay? Sometimes YouTubers and YouTube viewers like to think that YouTube is the new media, right? You've got legacy media, they do what they do. YouTube, all independent, can do whatever we want. And we're the new media, okay? We're taking over. Unfortunately, with that, means that if you want to have that kind of clout, and get that kind of notoriety of, this guy should be winning awards, and this is fucking amazing, and this is incredible. If you want to call it a documentary, rather than a YouTube video, you take on a certain... I think you do take on a certain level of scrutiny, right? If you're making a drama slop video, you can kind of get away with a lot, right? When you're making a documentary, you got a film crew to be able to film the actual subject. You've got contact with all of the people involved. You got interviewers Kayla, Jidion, I think the moderator got interviewed as well. I think you have a certain burden at that point, okay? It's like a higher standard. Never mind the fact as well. Fuck, what was I going to bring up? Fuck, I've completely lost the thread. But yeah, if you want to make a documentary, you are held to a higher standard.
Probably for the better. And it's interesting to talk about because, I mean, everyone's watching it. It's hugely successful already, despite this idea that it's being repressed and YouTube is limiting its visibility and all this. And, you know, maybe it should. Like, I think there's something quite irresponsible about this video.
So immediately I have issues. Because Alex is saying that a documentary encouraging law enforcement to investigate a pedophile who has shown himself to be a credible threat to numerous people with a clear breadcrumb trail for them to follow deserves to be suppressed. Morally speaking, this is a
Is that... Oh, come on, dude. Let's be fucking real. Is that what he said? I don't think that's what he said.
who has shown himself to be
Maybe it should. Like, everyone's watching it. It's hugely successful already, despite this idea that it's being repressed and YouTube is limiting its visibility and all this. You know, maybe it should. Like, I think there's something quite irresponsible about this video.
So immediately I have issues because
He's not saying that it... Okay. He's not saying that it should be suppressed rather than put out more information. It's that it probably does violate the community guidelines, is presumably what Alex, IHE, means, right? Hold on, to go back to this, because I remembered what I was going to say before. Documentary seems like a style indicator, rather than a hard quality bar, but maybe that's just me. I'll give you this, 100%, okay? I'll give you this right now. The Turkey Tom video that got made about Jidion, EDP, this whole situation, okay, is 5 times as good as the actual Mike Klum documentary. And Turkey Tom never got to interview EDP. Turkey Tom didn't have the budget. Turkey Tom wasn't able to make all these fucking recreations and have first-hand kind of, a first-hand opportunity to be able to press a lot of the people involved. And it still ended up being 5 times better at actually exploring what went on here. You know? So even if you don't think that documentary is a certain moniker of quality, it's a particular medium. And I think it fails. It fails in the medium.
Alex is saying that a documentary encouraging law enforcement to investigate a pedophile who has shown himself to be a credible threat to numerous people with a clear breadcrumb trail for them to follow deserves to be suppressed. Morally speaking, this is a pretty questionable stance, especially when you keep in mind that no one was harmed with this production. But let's see what Alex's reasoning for this.
Well, I mean, that's just like a retarded statement to say, right? If I make an advocacy video about, you know, listen here, child, okay? Here is exactly how you can report your abuser straight to the police. And let's say I give such good advice in this YouTube video, 100% of the kids who would follow my advice would categorically get their abuser put in prison, okay? The video I make is that good. But halfway through, I splice in like half a second of footage of my cock. My whole cock. My entire cock is on screen for like half a second. If somebody said, yeah, I mean, it's fair enough that YouTube took down your fucking video, are they saying that it's totally fine for children to go without learning about, you know, how to report their abusers to the police? Is that a morally questionable statement? No, it's obviously saying that you can do good things, but at the same time, if you have more lurid aspects in your documentary, yeah, of course it's going to be fucking suppressed. You've got all of the editorial decisions at the end of the day. If you actually feel like this is a really important message that people need to hear,
okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Why not leave some of the uncut F-slurs on the cutting room
they
table?
were just
you know?
sketches.
Thank you, Cats Flockins. I appreciate the 2 Canadian.
This is.
So what bugs me about this that didn't bug me about the Boogie one? Well, the Boogie stuff and the mistakes he's made sit in a different pocket to the EDP thing. I think we can agree on that. Lying about cancer and crypto rug pulls is one thing, but this is about being a child predator, essentially. And I don't think Mike Klum has the finesse to navigate this topic in a responsible way, or in a way that feels very productive and
Dick, as at least Mike promised to donate money from Vid. All you sloppers just watched a Hept cash. Watched and kept the cash? Okay. Yeah, but the problem is that Mike Klum can say that, okay? Like, fuck it. Let's say that... Do we need to do the fucking cock analysis again? This guy's keeping in uncensored F-slurs and images depicting an enormously large black man in the bath, totally nude. Or depicting an enormously large black man taking pictures of his own cock and having a sexual interaction with a child. Do we think that video is going to make any money? No, probably not, okay? Probably not.
Kind of is ironic with how it's using the subject matter to give it an air of importance in the same way that these predator catcher channels that have gotten exceedingly more popular in the past 5 years or so, which are using a dark, disgusting, serious issue to kind of posture that they're doing something about it because it gets everyone so upset and enraged, like rightfully. So what it means is that opportunists can jump in and he's saying that he's, you know, giving all the proceeds of the documentary to a non-profit. And while that may be true, one, I don't really understand his funding model at all, how he's able to commit so much time. I don't know if he has like a job on the side or what he's doing. And also, I highly doubt this video is monetized. I don't know how that would be possible considering some of its contents. But let's not pretend that this isn't self-serving first and foremost at the top of the pyramid. Like, everyone knows it's Mike Clum. People talk about it using his name. It is ultimately, at the end of the day, getting attention to Mike Clum, using something fucked up and evil to build up a brand, a name, even though the documentary on its face is making out and trying to show different sides of the kind of predator catching space and what is right or wrong with it.
What Alex is doing here is questioning Mike Clum's intentions for the documentary, where he's basically calling him a grifter because he wouldn't be doing this at all if he didn't get anything out of it, which is also the biggest point I've seen raised against him by his critics. It's kind of like how people criticize Mr. Beast for curing people's blindness or attempting to build and maintain clean water in Africa. And it's the most inconsistent and brain-dead argument I've ever...
Well, is it like that? Right? Is it like that? With the Mr. Beast example, there's like an objective good that has come out of that, in that Mr. Beast has helped somebody. What's the objective good here? Right? I think that the critique is that Mike Clum is pretending as though he's being totally selfless with making this documentary, but clearly there are some other incentives that are self-serving, right? If you should give it, that's really, really easy. He's not saying that just because he's making a name for himself, it's definitely bad. That's not the criticism there. He's not saying that it's bad because it gets his name out of there. So I don't really get this comparison to the Mr. Beast discourse.
Heard. Because in order to make it, you have to have complete ignorance of how the world works. Where in a system that requires us to produce marketable value in order to afford basic necessities, we're expected to be angry at the people who have made a living using their talents to help other people. How does that make any sense?
Number one.
Well, I don't even think that Mike Clum does actually make any money off this, but it's got nothing to do with the criticism.
Envy's a hell
Oh my god, not the TYT clip,
of
man.
a drug. So get off the crack of envy. And it's here, I got 2 words you should say to Mr. Beast. Thank you. 1,000 people can see now because of what he did. They couldn't see before. There's a kid who never...
Well, I disagree with it before, but now I hear Cenk Uygur saying the same thing, and I'm kind of going I'm kind of going another way. I'm kind of convinced now. Big fat Turkish man say it, so...
saw. And now he sees the world. Are you insane to criticize that? There's people who are now lost their sight, couldn't work anymore, impoverished, now can go back to work. I can go on and on, because there's 1,000 of those stories. They couldn't see it, now they can. And you want to criticize that? Oh, it's something about material world, and I've got verbal diarrhea here, and I think I'm so smart, I'm gonna use all these words to make an incredibly kind gesture look evil? No, you're a loser, okay? And so go cry about that.
And in the case of Mike Clum, he is using his talents to not only expose a pedophile, but to also educate people on what not to do in these sorts of situations, while not even asking for any personal monetary compensation, since all the proceeds go to charity. All he's asking for is simply recognition, yet that still isn't enough for Alex. And what's really frustrating...
Well, no, it just seems like Kino Flex has just agreed with his entire point. Like, I don't think that IHE even had like a really hard-hitting implication there, right? He just like put out the instance that, well, you know, you're saying that the reach is being harmed, but you're saying this is completely selfless because you're donating the money. You've got some kind of self-serving motivations otherwise, though, right? We can all recognize that. And Kino Flex is agreeing.
is that you can see just how little consistency he has on this stance, as he would never accuse teachers, doctors, or firefighters of only...
Man, why are we redressing the fucking Mr. Beast discourse, man? We're going for the Ben Affleck clip where he's... Not Ben Affleck, Matt Damon. Where he's talking about, you know, teachers being paid for their work. Okay.
That he doesn't actually care about kids getting abused based on nothing. Absolutely pathetic behavior.
Like, why is Boogie in this outside of the fact that he was in the other documentary? Why is this asshole in there? And why are they making Chris Chan jokes in the content of the documentary. Tonally, that just doesn't make sense. How serious the subject matter is, it doesn't match like the Boogie one. It's fucked up. Just these random appearances, like Oompaville's in there, Moist Critical. It's very weird.
Next, Alex tries to virtue signal over the choice of guests featured in the documentary being other content creators of similar popularity by saying that their inclusion is tonally inappropriate. But what's actually inappropriate is...
I mean, it's not really a virtue signal. Let's be fucking real. Oh my god. Take ourselves out for a second from media criticism YouTube, okay? And political media criticism YouTube, and like actually do like media analysis. What is the tone that this documentary is trying to go for? It's talking about a pedophile and digging into the alleged crimes of a pedophile, some of which he's confessing to in the documentary. The tone should probably take this quite seriously. However, Chris Chan makes a guest appearance. Isn't that tonally inconsistent? Well, that's virtue signaling.
Alex knowingly presenting them out of context, as he's trying to make his audience think that Mike Klum just inserted all of these people at random parts of the documentary, when most of them only show up in the beginning, where they're introducing EDP to the audience.
They show up at the end as well.
Or towards the end in a montage where they all condemn EDP to communicate to the audience how much of a loser he is, which is the best direction for a documentary like this. It's impossible to take EDP as a person seriously, as he will knowingly use the tactic of putting on a show for the audience to escape accountability of his actions. So Mike Klum makes a point of highlighting all of this not to downplay EDP, but to highlight how much of a threat he really is.
Do we think that Chris Chan is the best person to be able to highlight? Is that really the intent? Let's just dig into that for a second, okay? A real quick second. Boogie2988, credited as cancer survivor, talking about what a sick guy EDP is. Chris Chan, what is it? What's Chris Chan? Chris Chan is credited as literally Jesus Christ, I think, right? What's the intention of that? Chris Chan literally greet Jesus Christ, talking about what an evil guy EDP is. Is that for a theological point? They couldn't get a priest, they couldn't get a rabbi, they couldn't get an imam, so they go for the next best thing. They go for literally Jesus Christ, Chris Chan. It's a theological perspective? I don't think so, okay? Yeah, what, dude, what is the point of having Adam22 asking... I would not let EDP fuck my wife. EDP might be the only black man that I don't let fuck my wife. Is that really to highlight what a vile criminal he is?
Alex expects you to not have watched the documentary as he blatantly misrepresents it.
And really loses its shape towards the end. Like, what is the focus here? Do we need a whole segment on EDP sending Mike Klum shit pics? I don't know. The more I'm thinking about this, the more I'm talking about this, the more it's kind of pissing me off.
So EDP repeatedly sends pictures of his feces to Mike Klum unprompted, but you are mad at Mike Klum for including that in his documentary to showcase how mentally ill EDP is? I'm sorry, but I don't even know what the criticism is here.
I mean, it's totally inconsistent. Like, Mike Klum is laughing at being sent these pictures. It's played off as, like, some kind of weird, twisted comedy. It's like, this guy's super weird, here's a little quirk of his personality, is almost how it comes off. It's supposed to be like comedic relief. Like, it's not digging into like his deep psychological makeup. It's like a comedy bit.
Because if you're disturbed by his actions, then that was explicitly the point.
And frankly, isn't confrontational enough, and just seems to be acting like a platform to give him a voice. Like, was he paid for this? I really hope not. EDP, I mean. But also, it's like, why would you even agree to do this outside of it?
Dickers, what do you want? EDP bad, EDP bad, EDP bad? I mean, I said what I want earlier. Like a perspective, what I would say what should be done differently, but now I'm just addressing what Keonoflex is saying.
I'm just being like a dumbass.
The reason EDP isn't confronted more directly in his interviews is because he is a known coward who runs away from confrontation, as shown in the documentary.
Wait, what? Wait, you can't have both of these claims in your video. 5 minutes ago, Mike Klum pressed EDP really, really well and got him to say things that he otherwise wouldn't have said. And now the documentary is proof that EDP will run away as soon as he's pressed? I don't even know if he does that. He stays for the entire duration of the film, and he seems pretty happy that it's going on.
But again, Mike Klum takes advantage of EDP's narcissism by having him admit on camera of the terrible things he's done, which he wouldn't have been able to do if he didn't make EDP feel comfortable. If you saw EDP's conduct and thought that it made him look good, then that's an indictment on your own character.
I also found it quite ironic when Hansen showed up.
Let's go for this. Hold on. Let's go for this. Where is EDP talking about Wings of Redemption? This is maybe what we're talking about here, okay?
Alrighty, you guys, I want to introduce to you the world's #1 fat bitch.
Is this necessary to be included in the documentary to make EDP feel as though he can keep on talking to Mike Klum? Does this help him open up later in the documentary when he's going to be pressed otherwise? Did this have to even make it into the documentary? This could have been filmed and then not included at the end. Including it is a choice, and what does it do? This doesn't delve into the dark mind of EDP. This is here for, again, comic relief.
You feel me? Wings of fucking redemption. You know, it's funny because this guy once, you know, when I was trying to drop weight and trying to, you know, shed like a fuck ton of like pounds and stuff, right? This guy actually had the nerve to fucking hit me up and tried to give me motherfucking dieting advice. And I'm
like, listen to the fucking music. I'm supposed to believe that this is a very serious, you know, kind of delving into EDP's mind. It's literally got the ding 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 ding. It's like a fucking comedy. It's got a fucking comedy music.
I'm just like, bro, how the fuck are you gonna give me dieting advice, nigga, when you're fucking well over 400 pounds your motherfucking self? You know what?
Like, I'm listening to this music. I'm expecting this guy to slip on a fucking banana peel, man. But a criticism that it's tonally inconsistent is completely bad faith. Come on, man.
And he was like, oh, all these...
I like Kinoflex. I'm not trying to rag on Kinoflex, but just a lot of these criticisms really fall flat.
These YouTubers, they're just doing it for attention and clicks. And it's like, what, so you're just doing it out of the goodness of your heart? Like, you weren't doing that for attention as well? Because it was a hugely successful TV show, and it's what, just more legitimate because it was on television. To illustrate what I mean and give a counterexample of a documentary that actually handles the subject matter, very similar subject matter, with the gravitas and tonal consistency that it deserves, the 2020 film Caught in the Net is how you do it. It doesn't have Chris Chan memes in it. It doesn't have fucking Keemstar showing up. There is something to be said about the exploitation online and how vulnerable it makes children. But this documentary does a shitty job exploring it in a non-sensationalized or unchallenged kind of way.
So like Alex says, he tries bringing up what he considers to be a better documentary on the subject of child exploitation. But what's funny is that every unfair criticism he has of Mike Klum and Chris Hansen also applies to this documentary, as the filmmakers not only also received attention for making it, but they also directly profit off of it since it's only accessible through streaming.
This is every criticism that he has. They also made money. No, Mike Klum is trying to present himself as somebody who's completely selfless and is not profiting from this, which is undercut by the fact that he's increasing his own profile. This is not the entire criticism. Oh my god, Kinoflex has just listened to a 10-minute video by IHE and then decided to dedicate like half his response just to talking about the fucking money issue. It's like so much more than that, man.
Streaming service.
That was like one line. That was like one line.
While Mike Klum doesn't get anything from his own documentary that you can access for free, meaning the EDP doc is more ethical by Alex's own incoherent standards. And what's more is that if you check the Wikipedia page for the documentary, it's treated as content on the same level as To Catch a Predator. So ironically, after
content on the same level. What does that mean? See also Hard Candy To Catch a Predator. On the same, this is that. I don't even know what Kinoflex means when he says that these are things on the same level. Because all I see here is that it's a Wikipedia page that suggests To Catch a Predator, because it's another media product that also deals with catching pedophiles online, and like doing these sting operations. It's a piece of media on the same level. What the fuck does that even mean? And how is this inclusion in See Also on Wikipedia proving that? What are we talking about?
Accusing Chris Hansen of being pretentious for holding himself on a pedestal because he made a television show, it's actually Alex himself who's pretentious, as he thinks his...
It's like, I don't know, it's like going and watching, having a look at Marvel Avengers, the fucking Avengers film. And then, because it was also directed by a guy who did a bunch of, like, high school drama TV shows, it has See Also, you know, Moonlight High. Well, you know, the Avengers is on the same level. The Avengers is on the same level as Moonlight High. Completely different mediums, completely different styles, completely different universes. Holy fuck, man. What are we even saying?
So, ironically, after accusing Chris Hansen of being pretentious for holding himself on a pedestal because he made a television show, it's actually Alex himself who's pretentious, as he thinks his preferred film is different simply for being a foreign movie, despite it not being any different.
It's not different for being a foreign movie. He brings up a foreign movie and he brings up a Louis Theroux documentary. Where does he mention it being foreign? I didn't know it was foreign until 2 seconds ago.
From what Chris Hansen has made. That's pretty embarrassing.
It kind of has an open-ended ending. Like,
oh my god. So people continually say, people are pointing the finger. Chris Hansen points the finger at other people and say that they're only doing it because he gets them a shit ton of money. Whereas Chris Hansen only went back into doing predator catching after he had some kind of divorce, alcoholism, and then he got fucking bankrupted. I'm pretty sure that's the Chris Hansen law. Right? He was in dire need for money. He had to repay a lot of fucking debts. That's when he went back and did Crime Watch's Hansen versus Predator. That's why he got back into the shit. Clearly, there's a monetary incentive for him as well.
Like, he still could be charged, right? That's what would be right. And you have to ask yourself, is this documentary helping in any way? Is this not just sick Coliseum level entertainment at the expense of someone disgusting and evil? I don't know, this feels trend chasing. It's a disappointing follow-up to the Boogie one, and I hope he picks a different subject, because even though he has therapists in there and professionals giving their testimonials, it's not enough.
Okay, so EDP is disgusting and evil, but calling him out for it is also disgusting and evil.
Come on, man. There's like a little bit more engagement that you can have, surely. Dude, you've like sat down and made a fucking YouTube video, and this is your retort? You think that's the point that Alex is actually trying to fucking say?
EDP is disgusting and evil, but calling him out for it is also disgusting and evil because it's...
Come on, dude. There's like more effort you can take into like taking down Alex. I don't think that all of his fucking criticisms are even necessarily super fucking stellar and hold up really fucking good. It's like, come on though.
Somehow trend chasing? What does that even mean? And how are you not also a trend chaser since you are also making a video on EDP when it's the most relevant time to do so? This entire video to me was just him expressing a weird hate boner towards Mike Klum where he hides behind buzzwords and a pretentious attitude. But let me know what you guys think in the comments and have a good one.
I don't know if IHG is particularly pretentious. I think he's cursed with a British accent, you know? I think that's the truth of it. He's cursed with a British accent, and so anything that he says is going to come across as pretentious. It's very bad. It's very sad. But what is not sad is the potential for Kinoflex to call in. Whoops. I accidentally added a fucking Z. I was going to call his Polish cousin. Kinoflex. Let me know when/if you want to call in. Okay. I think he said that he might be able to earlier. So I guess we'll see. But, yeah, I guess we'll see. Remember in the Boogie doc when Boogie went to a temp agency just to make a show of why he won't get a job? Yeah, that was funny, though. Right? That was to make Boogie look pathetic and also be kind of funny. But comedy relief in something like that is totally fine. Boogie hasn't tried to meet up and rape a child. It's like, it's completely different subject matter. Like, different rules apply. You know? I don't get the criticism. Like, oh my god, you know? Peanut butter is delicious on pancakes. Why are you complaining that you got an omelette covered in peanut butter? Huh? What? Eating dinner right now, but I'll come on. Okay. Let me know when you wanna come on then, I guess. Completely up to you. Otherwise, we'll start going into the actual drama rather than doing kind of criticism of the documentary. Actually, does Kinoflex have in the Discord? I'll go and check because he'll be able to join like whenever if he does. So you hate waffles? Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. Oh, he doesn't. Okay, let me go and give Kinoflex some perms real quick. Also, I've got some of the most horrendous fucking DMs while I've been streaming. Like, truly fucking horrendous DMs. Smaggle Daggle, friend of the channel, has been sending me relentlessly, the newest releases from the Reckless Ben YouTube channel, which I've been extremely excited to see. I'm really grateful for those suggestions. You know, I'm really, really glad that a 30-year-old man, is pretending to be a miner to be able to sneak into a facility designed for minors. I guess maybe he identifies as 17. You know, it's difficult to be able to tell. You know, it's very difficult to be able to tell. I'm pretty... Weren't those kids getting fucking stripped? Weren't those kids being forced to like strip down to their underwear, strip down naked so they could be searched before they go into this juvie facility? Could be wrong. Could be wrong. That's the word on the street right now. Okay. Nice. Fuck. How do I fill time? How do I fill time? You're forgetting the Danky video? No. I'm not forgetting the Danky video. Don't worry. That's still on the docket. We'll just do that as the very, very last thing. You know? He what? What the fuck are you talking about? You haven't followed up with the Reckless Ben lore? The Reckless Ben lore has been quite interesting. I think I took a look at like 5 minutes of it. I scrolled down to the comments, and I saw a comment from some utter fucking sped saying, this is why we have to rely on YouTubers, guys. No journalist has actually delved into the story. Have you seen any investigative journalist pretend to be a 17-year-old so they can enter the facility? Reckless Ben's exposing stuff the mainstream media will never take on, despite the fact that, as with a lot of these fucking guys, as with the retarded guy who's got the fucking Leering Center, what's his fucking name? And recently with, oh my god, who's the Australian Turk who tried to do like a faux documentary, about, you know, disability abuse in Australia? Fuck. Who am I talking about, man? It's on the tip of my fucking tongue. Nick Shirley, thank God. Yeah, Nick Shirley, as with Reckless Ben, on following some shit that is completely, you know, obscure to the mainstream media. In fact, they're relying on mainstream media reporting. Like, there was a documentary that was made about the exact problem that Ben is now looking into, like, I think a year ago. But it's considered a W, because he's making a video about it. Wait, what? Somebody just sent me Mike Clum's address. Maybe we'll be able to get Mike Clum onto the program. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Oh, I'm thinking of Drew Pavlo as well. He tried to do something similar with Australians. Yeah, sending you an email and DM. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll hound this guy for the next few weeks, demanding that he debates me epic style on my YouTube channel. Yeah. Okay. I don't think that Keanu Flex is going to call in. Totally fair, okay? If he doesn't want to, that's alright. He's not obligated to. Just the offer's there if he wanted to. But let's get into it then, okay? Let's change tracks. And let's answer the question of the live stream. During the EDP documentary Fallout, Jidion responds. Kayla, the alleged victim of EDP, also responds. But they both contradict each other, and who is lying? Let's have a look. Let's have a gander. Let's go to Kayla first, okay? Nice.
Hello everyone, it seems like I have caught some people in 4K. It's been a while, I know I haven't posted in a very long time, and with good reason. I'm about to get into...
Okay bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Yo, Space Station! Thank you so much for the membership to the channel.
All of it right now. I'm very nervous. I'm very nervous to make this video. I've been rage baiting people with this video. A lot of people are like, when are you gonna upload? You need to upload. You need to make a response now. What are you doing? And you're right. You are very much so correct. But I am also a full-time law and med student, so I try to focus on that right now.
Wait, what? A full-time law and med student? 19?
And you're right. You are very much so correct. But I am also a full-time law and med student, so...
I'm guessing she's... Okay, I'm guessing she's doing a bachelor's, and she's taken, like, she's taken courses in law, like pre-law, and she's taking courses in pre-med, I'm guessing. I'm guessing this girl is not currently doing her doctorate or JD.
So I try to focus on that right now. I love YouTube and I will always post on YouTube, but I did not pay thousands of dollars to go to school to not complete my school and to always be late on my assignments. And I'm also very stressed because of them. I stayed up late editing last night and I didn't like the video, so I'm just doing all of this now. I've been doing military breathing exercises because I have been having so much anxiety over this entire situation because...
Oh my god. Oh, okay! Listen, okay? I think Kayla has been fucked over in this situation, both by EDP, and by Jidion, and by Inside, okay? She's been treated fucking foully. Girl, ain't nobody care about your fucking breathing exercises, okay?
It's gotten so messy.
With peace and love, I could not give less of a shit about your fucking military breathing exercises.
And it's so big now. It's so mainstream now, which is kind of scary, but it's kind of good because people know, people should know, but it is very scary, especially when you're kind of just doing this by yourself. Like, I have no one really helping me with this or with anything that I'm doing. Not that I'm complaining, I'm just saying, like, I just hope I'm doing the right things moving forward. I have taken notes about the entire situation. There's nothing here, it's on this side. But yeah, you guys have to make me take notes because this situation has gotten so messy. And yeah, so as to why I haven't posted in a very long time because I was under management for about 2 years and they wanted me to be very promiscuous online. Now,
what? That's a fucking bombshell and a half, isn't it? Well, you can't just drop something like that out of nowhere. You were under management online, and they wanted you to be very promiscuous. What does this girl do? I thought that she was just, like, well known for being the EDP girl, and posted, like, some videos trying to expose Jidion and shit. Under management?
that is just not my character. I have a lot of intellectual power that I want to teach people on the internet, and I wouldn't be taken serious if I were to post promiscuously and lustfully. Also, around that time, I was in a relationship, and out of respect for my partner, I did not want to post that.
Oh, is this the same girl? I guess that there's a Kayla Hoskins that is apparently quite big on TikTok. Over 100,000 followers. Maybe.
So that's one thing. And also, I was gonna post around the World Cup, but then Mexico lost, and like, I'm still saddened by it. I'm still saddened.
Oh, God, please, we don't care about any of this. Okay, the documentary about to come up. Nice.
By Mexico losing the World Cup. As many of you know, I was in the documentary that my club made about EDP 445.
Where everybody saw this.
445 situation.
And now this. Initial lore was that she was doing modeling in the past. Okay, I'm just not totally familiar with why that's being brought up here. I guess. I don't know. Maybe she had like a crazy fucking Instagram in the past. It kind of comes out of nowhere and goes nowhere.
Yes? With a 15-year-old girl? Mm-hmm. He doesn't care that he keeps on committing crime.
I mean, you don't give a fuck how old she is.
I hate talking about EDP 405. Like, I just want to move on with my life. My experience with my club was great. I was a bit skeptical about him. I have a lot of trust issues within the entertainment industry because being a teenager in it got me taken advantage of a lot by a lot of many different people that are not even online, more so people behind the scenes. And so I was very skeptical. He did give me his word on a Zoom call saying that he wouldn't make me look bad, and he didn't make me look bad. I think he tried to save.
Did we watch the same documentary? Are we sure? Did we watch the same documentary where he pulls up on the fucking screen like a shit ton of claims that you made when you were 15 that sound totally fucking ridiculous, like EDP being part of the fucking Illuminati? Really? Did it make you look bad?
Very neutral. However, he left a lot of interesting things that I said out of the documentary. Don't know if it was for legality reasons, but yeah, that's what kind of made the documentary not as interesting to me. It was a bit boring in a way when it came down to that whole Jidion Skeeter drama. I think that should have been paid attention to a little bit more, but then
to be fair, she was 15. I mean, that's my argument to it as well, right? I mean, when she said a lot of this stuff, she was like a 15-year-old girl. You kind of expect her to say some fucking insane shit. right? She's thrown into a huge fucking controversy. She's got like a 5 million sub YouTuber talking shit about her, publicly trying to fucking do a character assassination to be able to save his own ass, right, from fucking up an investigation. And he's got like a business manager as well who's doing the exact same shit. I could imagine somebody saying some crazy shit under that kind of pressure. Or just shit talking somebody when they're a fucking teenager, like an actual child. I don't know why that needs to be included to be able to cast doubt on the rest of her fucking claims. Like, the idea that Mike Klum didn't make Kayla look bad is just, like, not true, right? There's certain editing choices, certain inclusions of information, 100% geared towards discrediting Kayla. Yo, Honkler 303, thank you for the 500 kicks. Women are good at making themselves look bad, as you have recently learned. Thank you for the 500 kicks.
Again, Mike Klum was also rushed.
Sometimes women are just bad, though, okay? That needs to be remembered. Sometimes women are just bad.
To make this documentary by many people.
And they show the they show the truth, actually.
So you get what you wish for, you know? As for the fake police report allegations, so this was a while back. Bloodspeth had a stream with Jidion that Jidion deleted. Deleted for a reason, just gonna say that. And he alleged that I made a fake police report. Jidion did. And so then a little while ago, like a couple days ago, Jidion hits me up. He's panic texting me, like frantically, like just spam texting me. And he's like, I have undeniable proof that you have a police report, da-da-da. And I'm like, the whole time I'm like, I'll put screenshots of it in this video, but the whole time I'm like, okay, so can you tell your audience that I did make a fake police report? Because people are literally threatening to dox me because they thought that I did make a fake police report.
Okay, let's have a gander. I could probably believe that, to be fair, with Jidion's audience. Not saying it's super hardcore, or like I'm putting 100% credence in it, but...
He's panicked.
Okay. Did Inside ever tell you to go to the police? I just want to make sure he did the right thing as well. What time do you want to talk tomorrow? Hey, I just got in contact with the FBI using your case number. I'm going to be getting a call back with a specialist on this case. Great. And then... regarding case number, dear somebody else.
Texting me, like, frantically.
Could you please now tell everybody that I didn't make a false report? Like, how you and your team claimed, because that number is obviously real. He says, can you send me this without the blacked out part? She says, Inside is still online saying it's a fake case. Like, this bothers me. It's totally not cool. If you want to work together on this, I'm not tolerating that. It's entirely disrespectful. Jidion says, just so you know, Inside is not my manager. Kayla says he claims to be. And didn't you just say it was fake too on stream? He just used to be my Discord mod. Can you hop on a call? Oops. Did I end a call? Yeah. Is that true? Inside was just a fucking Discord moderator? Hold on. That's even fucking worse, man. Okay. Jidion can choose one or two paths with the way that he wants to go with this shit, okay? He can say that Inside was in his fucking inner circle, super involved with his fucking business and how he like conducts all of this stuff, with his investigations and stuff. In which case, he does have to start taking a little bit of responsibility for this weird fucking Discord moderator or manager doing, like, press releases against Kayla, making negative statements about the 15-year-old that was involved with the fucking sting, okay? Or he can say that he's got nothing to do with him, he's got no power over him, he's basically a fucking nobody. In which case, why is it left up to a fucking Discord moderator to be able to manage this 15-year-old who's integral to this fucking investigation? Why is it left up to some fucking Discord moderator who's usually deleting, you know, porn or stopping raids from, I don't know, the UCTP? Why is it left to him to instruct her to go to the police? You can choose one or two ways and you're kind of fucked either way, you know? Hopefully I lay that out pretty clearly.
Like, just spam texting me. And he's like, I have undeniable proof that you have a...
Okay. She says, my time. Can you call right now? He says, yeah. Wait, I'll call you in a bit. I asked your questions, though. What was the update? Or, never mind, I'll just call them myself, I guess, if you don't want to say. I don't consent to being in any YouTube videos. You're literally trying to lure me into a call, to question me, to make a video to make yourself look better. I will call the department myself. He says, hey, you kind of hung up abruptly, but if you can call back, I'll give you that update. She says, I don't want to be in any videos, you're literally lying to me, to be able to question me. And you say it's not about content, but here you are.
A police report, da-da-da. And I'm like, the whole time I'm like, I'll put screenshots of it in this video, but the whole time I'm like, okay, so can you tell your audience that I did make a fake police?
Okay. I'll gladly call Ruby and anybody else I can to stop giving info to you, because you're clearly not taking this seriously, nor are you looking to fix things. He says, actually, today, I have undeniable proof that not only do you have a case with the FBI, but soon, I'm going to be talking with detectives, working the local agency case as well. The detective that you sent to me no longer works there, which was even news to you. And I have a recording of my call with the special victim agent Peacock. But, for obvious reason, so the case isn't affected, I won't post that anywhere. But like I said, if you would like, you could call me back whenever, and I will gladly give you the updates that she had given me. Okay?
Police report, because people are literally threatening to dox me because they thought that I did make a fake police report. And so I never did a fake police report. I never have lied about anything that's legal, because that could, for one, get me in a lot of trouble, and I'm very aware of that, but also because I've been very honest about the situation this whole time. Believe it or not, I have been. As for the nudes, so
okay, wait. Hold on. I swear to God, she better have recorded the calls. Discord mod and Discord manager. Inside was in charge of talent shows for Jidion's Discord. Inside was the one who invited EDP into the Jidion Discord. Inside was the Discord mod and Discord manager. That sounds like a little bit more than the fucking Discord manager. No? If you're running stream content and organizing that, presumably you're being paid for that interaction. And whether it happens on Discord or whether you're doing this shit over fucking Zoom, that sounds like somebody who's involved in your fucking stream content. That's a content manager. That's a producer.
this is the part in the documentary that kind of weirded me out because I believe it was cut out. I recall saying that the idea.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's have a gander then. Inside for real. Marketing at Lost Boys Entertainment. Worked with Netflix, Jidion, Balin Levine, Matt Rife, Clavicular, Loaf, and dozens more. Are these just like, oh, was this guy the manager of the fucking Netflix Discord? Is that what he's saying here? Because he's claiming to have worked with him in official capacity. He's not just, oh, I used to be a Discord moderator. So Jidion is just lying to be able to undersell just how much this guy was involved in his business operations. Obviously, it was a lot more. Oh, and this is where he's working with now. Lost Boys Entertainment Co. A modern approach to PR and marketing. Work with the top-rated public relations and Grammy-nominated music PR company. At Lost Boys Entertainment, we are an industry-leading public relations and marketing firm that has proven successful with Fortune 500 and major celebrity clients. This guy seems like just a little bit more than a Discord moderator.
Idea of having my face like on a decoy's body. I recall saying that idea was.
It's fucking crazy as well. It's fucking insane. Like the idea that Inside is making some fucking statements that Jidion disagrees with, slandering this fucking girl when she's 15 and has been integral to this predator catch, and Jidion's got nothing to say about that. Is that when they parted ways over that? Jidion, threatened to fire him over this? Insane that one of your employees working on this investigation is saying shit, and your hands are tied? Yeah.
Is brought up, but it was never fully, gone through with. But they cut that part out, maybe for shock factor. I did say that, though. And so I don't know why they cut that out. That was kind of weird. But that's that. I mean, I never sent him anything, and I for sure never asked him for anything. Oh my god, that's top one abuser line. She asked for it. She was asking for it. Fuck you. As for phone calls, I do have phone calls, and I'm sorry for fidgeting with this pen. It's because I have notes here. I don't want people to think I'm reading a script. I have just notes of everything that I'm going to go over. Because you bitches made me take notes, okay? I'm just so tired. I want this all to be over with. I do have phone calls sitting in the desktop right beside me. Honestly, I've just been lazy to download them. But if it really comes down to it, I will post them, you know? If it really comes down to it, I will have to post them. I can post them.
I don't know about that. I don't think those are ever going to fucking come. Oh, fuck, do I leak this? Oh, fuck it. I basically already leaked it when I spoke about this shit before. So I've spoken with Kayla, and there have been, suggestions that there might be drops of evidence coming any day now. Just keep posted, okay? Look at my YouTube channel. Wait for my uploads, because this shit is going to drop any day now, and it never has. So when I've said before that it's Kayla will make plans and say that she's going to do shit, and then never follow through with it. This is kind of what I'm talking about, you know? And when you're hinting at this evidence that you have, which she did in the document that she released over a year ago now, and then you never drop the evidence. You make yourself sound like a complete fucking liar, to be honest. Especially when this drama happened years ago. If there was important stuff to drop, it should have dropped by now. Sometimes she'll say that she doesn't want to drop it because of legal concerns, because these are recorded calls, and she's not sure exactly where it falls legally. I don't know. I think it's the action of recording a call that's illegal. I don't know if publicizing it is also extra illegal, but it seems like she's saying that if it comes down to it, she will. So, is there a legal concern there? That feels a little scattered. Drip feeding evidence of a grooming allegation? Fuck off. Everyone is rotten in this situation, Dickers. I don't know. Listen, I don't know if I'd say that Kayla is, rotten. I mean, she just seems to be somebody who was thrown into a lot of this, being publicly smeared by a YouTuber with millions of subscribers at like a pretty young age. Maybe was a little bit shy or cautious to be able to drop stuff. Maybe because of, you know, legal concerns. And then she just never did. And now it's been so long, it's like, well, maybe I'll drop it one day. Haven't really figured it out, you know?
And Jidion knows that.
She jumped into this. I don't know if she was thrown in. The idea that... Okay. What I'm saying is that it might be unnerving for a 15-year-old online to suddenly be being, I don't know, fucking, like, pressed against? Like, smeared or shit-talked by a huge fucking YouTuber saying that she's the reason that the EDP catch got fucked up or going into a big fucking public beef, okay?
Have made him very aware of that. There was a lot of interesting things in the documentary that I also said that were not mentioned, but they were claims that I made, and you could see it like in a slideshow in a way. And it was regarding Face Drug and the Illuminati. Those were the ones people were more concerned about. As for Face Drug, all I'm going to say about him, Jidion brought him to be a part of the sting operation because he lives in San Diego. And I think he realized, like, a while into it, what the situation really was. And I don't know if he wanted to continue to be a part of it or not, but I do know that at some point he kind of just was not involved in it at all. He might have catched on to what was really going on and chose to save himself from the mess. And I wish I could have done that, but I didn't. And yeah, so he was supposed to be involved. You know, Jidion wanted him to be involved, and he wasn't. But they were also going to make a video with him confronting EDP at the scene with Face Drug. So that's that. As for the Illuminati, that is not something I want to talk about right now. I will talk about it in code, but this is the first...
No! What do you mean talk about it in code? What do you mean talk about it in code? Oh my god! I just dismissed this as a retarded thing that a fucking 15-year-old like throws out online when they did it with the beef. What do you mean you gotta talk about it in code? So the Freemasons don't fucking kick your door in so you don't get disappeared in the night by the FBI? What do you mean? Is Beyonce gonna get ya?
First and last time I probably will ever talk about it because simply, I don't want to die. I do kind of fear for...
No! Kayla, stop! Kayla, stop! Don't talk about the Illuminati, okay? Not because you're gonna get killed, you're gonna kill your own fucking story. Holy shit. Oh my god. I feel like the Kayla stuff is one of those situations where somebody's got like massively fucked over, and there's absolutely an angle in a story there. 100% there is. But she just like is completely incapable of advocating for herself or telling her own story because she starts veering off into talk about the Illuminati in code. What are we doing, man?
For my life. I don't want to be put in a predicament. Anyway, so with the Illuminati, after being behind the scenes in this industry for a while, what I can say is that it's not called the Illuminati, but something relatively similar does exist, and it is fucking terrifying, okay? What I think happens, what I think I was almost, I don't want to say a victim of, but what I think I was almost offered is to push an agenda that's very sexual and lustful and go against a country in the Middle East and support a country that's blue and white in the Middle East. And if
Say it ain't so! Please, say it ain't so! What the fuck are we talking about here? So it's not the Illuminati. It is, however, Zog. Zog almost got to EDP's victim. Is EDP an agent of Zog? Have we thought about this? How do these guys know each other? How did EDP end up hitting this girl up randomly? That's kind of crazy.
If I didn't do that, my sponsors would be taken away, and that was essentially almost like a threat that I got. So I do believe that something similar to the Illuminati exists. And I do think that people, such as Jidion, I don't know about Skeeter, maybe Skeeter, but mostly Jidion, Neon, people like that, I think that they are unfortunately far gone into something relatively similar to that. I don't want to get too much into it, but people that are smart will understand what I'm saying. As for the case update now...
Yeah, I'm talking about the guys in little hats, you know? I'm talking about the guys in little hats. I'm talking about the guys, the nose people, you know? The coin lads. The smart guys will know what I'm saying, okay? You have to have a very high IQ to understand anti-Semitic conspiracy theories.
There is a case update. So the original detective that I had, apparently they switched her out, but the case still remains active. It has not been botched. It is still active after 3 years. I truly don't know what they're working on. I mean, it took 10 years for the FBI to put Epstein in jail, and that was someone that people literally had to, or not even in jail, because we all know he didn't go to jail, but that was something people had to literally protest over. So just imagine what it will be like for me, you know? Fucking 20, 30 years for them to even fucking care about it. Because that's how fucked our justice system in America is. But the case is very much still active. There is a bunch of detectives working on it, a bunch of law enforcement involved within it, and there's nothing that I can really do. I've already done my part. I'm just kind of waiting on them. And moving forward, my channel will not be featuring any updates. I will definitely make a video posting whenever he ends up in jail. And I will send the documentary to the FBI. I hope you all know that. But moving forward, my videos will be relatively more involved in like finance and like relationships. I don't agree with relationship coaches or love coaches. I don't think they should exist because if we're being very relatable right now, everyone has different needs and expectations out of a relationship. So a person to just kind of blatantly describe a relationship is stupid. Or like the right way to do a relationship, that's stupid. Anyways, so yeah, my future videos will be relatively more in finance and like spooky stuff. Spooky adventures maybe, but more so like finance and like life advice. Spooky adventures just every once in a while to switch things up because why not? I mean, people already say I look emo. I don't think I'm emo. Just because I listen to Deftones and Pierce the Veil and like all these cool bands doesn't mean that I'm emo.
Okay. Nice. I'm glad that we got that side of things. I'm glad that we were able to get the inside scoop from that. We learned a lot. We love it. That's nice. That's great. That's amazing. That's amazing. There's going to be no more updates about the case, okay? Until he's arrested, and then obviously there will be an update then. Okay. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that in the EDP documentary, didn't they say there was no active investigations at all? I'm pretty sure in the Mike Klum documentary at the end as well, they say that the statute of limitations on this stuff ends next year. So, I don't know, right? I'm not sure. What does an investigation mean? Does it mean they're hoping for something else before they can then go and proceed with charges? Or is this like dead in the water? I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that from what Jidion has said, this stuff is like dead in the water at this point. And that just appears to be how it was. When was the original confrontation? EDP, Jidion. Let's just type that in. Is this a re-upload? I think it might be a re-upload. Yeah? I think it might be a re-upload.
What up, boys? It's your boy, Skeet Hands.
Yeah, it is a re-upload. Okay, never mind. When did the original drama happen? Because it was more than 2 years ago. Right? 2023? Okay, so 3 years ago. I don't know. I'm not going to say definitively that nothing's going to happen, but, EDP seems pretty fucking confident that nothing is going to happen. Apparently he's spoken to his lawyer, and his lawyer's been able to confirm there were no investigations into him, at least at the local level. Did the FBI confirm ongoing investigations? I think as a matter of course they don't, do they? I'm not totally sure. Anybody thinking right now that EDP is gonna get got by the FBI, and they're hoping any day now justice is gonna be met. I've got like really low confidence for it. I think it's gonna happen, but maybe, you know, maybe. When you were minor victim, don't you have an extension on the statute of limitations? On a crime against a minor? You might have to figure that out for me. What do you mean? So if somebody's guilty of statutory rape against a child, because it's a child, it means that you get a longer statute of limitations. I think that's like built. I think that's just like based into the crime. No? Okay. Nice. Fantastic. We love it. Nice. Okay. let's go for it then. Let's go for it, okay? Don't know if we necessarily learn anything more there, okay? We'll see. We'll just see. I don't think that anything super hardcore is gonna be done on EDP, but that's only time will tell. Let's have a look. Let's dig in, okay, to what Jidion has said about all of this in his response to the documentary. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's go for it. Nice. Okay. Somebody actually with answers to questions.
We could
hopefully
switch off, and I could take over communication, and she wouldn't have to. Here's one of those examples that I gave her. Maybe we could.
Whoops. Okay, let's go back.
Yo, what's good, YouTube, man? So I want to address some claims that have been going on for a while, and I also want to address some claims that were made specifically from Kayla in the new Mike Klum documentary about EDP, and I want to give context and clear up things, but in no way do I want any hate to be sent towards Kayla. Even though there are lies being said about me, I wish nothing but the best for her, and I ask that none of you guys send any hate to her whatsoever at all. So without any further ado, let's get into it.
I feel like I was a victim of EDP, but mainly a victim of Jidion. They collectively never once told me to go straight to law enforcement. I feel like I am a victim of Jidion because he encouraged me to keep talking to a pedophile. They also instructed me to keep messaging EDP, which was incredibly draining. Yes, Jidion was encouraging me to continue messaging him. I wasn't allowed to report anything to the cops until the day of the sting. I just think that he should have told me to block EDP, but he didn't. Jidion on a phone call even told me not to report anything to the police because a private case was being built up behind the scenes. Jidion is a very selfish, greedy, and a scam artist type of person. Now, me personally, am I an opportunist? Yes, I am, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
So,
how fucking retarded. Like, what a fucking retarded thing to say. I don't know what she means by that either. I don't even know what she means by that. Why bring that up? Why adopt that fucking label? Oh my god, it's like enough to make you fucking give up on it, man. It's like enough to make you give up on it. Not all victims are perfect. That's what we believe here, okay? That's what we believe here. Fuck me, man.
The claims are that I facilitated a predator to come inside of my Discord channel, which allowed Kayla to be groomed. The other claims is that I forced and pressured her into keep on being in contact with EDP. And the third claim is that I forced and demanded that she not go to the police, even though that she was talking to EDP. So we're going to knock them all out, and I'm going to address everything. So first, let's address the claim that EDP met Kayla from my Discord channel. She was a minor at the time, but now she is 19 years old. So let's address that.
Kayla Hoskins is the victim being referenced in the sting operation, and she's not a decoy. Like Skeeter said, this one is for real. But how did she meet EDP?
Okay, based. Inclusion of the Turkey Tom video. We love to see that. We absolutely love to see that. Okay. 10 times better, unironically, than the Mike Klum EDP doc. I doubt it took 2 years, and he managed to cover it all in like half the fucking runtime.
EDP 445. Well, she was a huge fan of Jidion, and she was in his Discord server. EDP, after being invited by Jidion to his public server full of children, noticed her profile, found her Instagram connected to it, and messaged her.
Now, the reason why people believe that EDP met her through my Discord.
Okay, bro, you're getting too big for your boots.
Mm-hmm.
Dick, as none of this matters. She was 15, period.
Oh, for the optics? No, that's what I'm saying, right? She's not a perfect victim, okay? She doesn't need to be a perfect victim in any of this. No, I agree. She's like 15. Like, people do try and like attack her based on decisions that she took when she was 15. Ultimately, I think I was talking to somebody in this about this in DMs earlier. It doesn't change any part of this at all. Whether she's made some retarded fucking statement about being an opportunist or some retarded fucking statement about, you know, Jidion being part of the Illuminati. Like, she has been put in a position that she never should have, right? I 100% agree with you. This is my point that I've been making for like a year, 2 years, right? Even before I started streaming. She was put in a position she never should have been put in. Like, a child, regardless of the fact that, you know, she was a minor and encouraged to speak to EDP, and that's a really fucked up position to put somebody in, right? 100%. But also the idea that you're doing a serious investigation, that you're hoping is going to end up with this person in jail, and then you put a child in such a position of responsibility that they can mismanage something so badly that it completely fucks up the case. Like, it brings up the question, are you doing this for content? Are you doing this to actually see justice? I think the answer becomes pretty clear, you know?
Discord is because I was under the impression that's...
Dickers
Also, I'm
wants
here.
to watch...
Hello.
Holy fuck. Okay, how's it going, mate? How's it going? Dickers wants to watch 20 IQ shitters instead of somebody who went to college and uses real analysis. If you've got somebody else you want to recommend, feel free, okay? Actually, hold on. Before we watch the Jidion video, did you want to have a debate about the documentary?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I saw that you watched IHG's video and my response to it, and you have some thoughts on the EDP doc.
Yes, I absolutely did. So I thought that a lot of your like rebuttal to IHG kind of fell flat. To lay out basically what my criticism is, I think that it is
Also
tonally
attacking
inconsistent.
her now is cray-cray.
And it does have these weird comedy bits that completely fucking fall flat. So EDP doesn't get pressed on any of these points at all. There's like no peeling back when he gives an answer. There are direct contradictions in things that he says between different parts of the documentary that are just never addressed. But yeah, regardless, if you want to take that and go.
Yeah, okay. And just let me know if I'm roboting or if there's like a connection issue or anything. But yeah, I will admit firsthand, like I think I gave the EDP doc like on a scale of 1 to 10, like around an 8 or a 9 out of 10, like in terms of content. But like that's just simply as what I see as a documentary of a character study of a depraved individual. You are obviously looking at this from a more like informed perspective, like an A-loggy perspective of EDP. Like he's like a lolcow, like you know the full lore with him. I only know like the bare bones basic stuff that he went to meet a 13-year-old. He's going and he's just like a really like his brain's destroyed by porn essentially, and he doesn't. He also has like a narcissistic complex. And in terms of what the doc, Mike Klum's doc was doing, I think it did a good job of that. If you have like any like information or felt that something was omitted from the documentary that could have been included, I think I can lower my rating of it. But as far as like the tone goes, I think it's pretty fine all throughout, because there are like a number of documentaries out there from
fan base
that aren't in the style of professional outlets like 60 Minutes or more respectable outlets. Like think Errol Morris or Werner Herzog. Werner Herzog, he did Grizzly Man, and that's also a character study, and it includes a number of unintentionally comedic, intentionally, but both intentionally and unintentionally comedic bits in what should be a morbid subject. And I was actually talking about this with Hambleton.
I can
like a couple days ago.
I can pick up a little bit what you said there to like clarify where my perspective comes
go
from.
ahead.
So I'm not coming at this documentary from like an EDP A-logger perspective, being like, oh my god, how could you, like, there's this particular bit of the chat line and you never focus on that like hugely reveals EDP's character. Like, I'm not coming at it from that perspective at all. I'm coming at it purely looking at it as like a documentary. And I think that this is maybe an easier question to be able to ask. You say that for the purpose that it came with, it succeeded very well. What do you think the purpose of the documentary was?
I would say like more so raising awareness of like how much of it. So it's actually it's like a straight line, right? First, like it's a multi-act structure. First act, it introduces the audience to EDP, who he is, what his controversy was. How, like the second act is explaining why he's not in prison and the dangers of pred catching, and how if you're just goofing around, you do everyone a disservice. Then there's the third act, which is like you see him, you see a current day EDP. He's not remorseful at all and not really deserving of your sympathy. And in the conclusion, you just see how he's slowly killing himself because he's such a fat slob. That's what I got out of it, and I think it's just like I said, it works as a character study of like a pathetic freak and raising awareness of what not to do and what you should do in these situations, which for most of us should just be to go to the police, unless you have like some formal knowledge when it comes to law enforcement or are like a really qualified investigative journalist. You shouldn't be just interacting with these guys when they're committing criminal acts for content. That's immoral.
So I kind of disagree. So in terms of like what was the purpose of the documentary, I think you started kind of laying out what happens in the documentary.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of the only answer you can give. Like, what was the purpose? Well, it was to like have one act where he says this and another act when he says that, and you just describing what was done.
Well,
right?
No.
But in terms of what's the purpose, like EDP is already insanely fucking well known. Like when people hear the words EDP, they think pedophile. Like the videos that have already been made about EDP totally eclipse it in terms of the views and shit.
I would say if you're terminally
so I don't
online,
I don't think that's the version. I don't think that's it.
I would say if you're terminally online, you know who EDP is. But ask like any person, like any boomer, like any person older than us. Like we're both in our 20s. Like I doubt like someone in their mid 30s or like or older knows who EDP is. It's like I said in my video, he's a very niche figure.
In the documentary, I'm guessing you like watched all of it. It includes the fact that this was a huge story that has made it so EDP can't have a YouTube channel anymore, and all of this shit got reported on, like in the mainstream press already.
Yeah, he had millions.
Right?
He had millions of subscribers. He was. I think I also said this to Hambleton. If he had played it straight, he could have made used his fame to get into a position like Stavros from Cumtown. I don't know if you've heard of that podcast. Like maybe like position himself as like a Patrice O'Neal stand-up comedian type. But obviously that's off the table now because he's a pedophile freak.
No, I agree, but I'm saying this already broke into the mainstream, and I don't think that a Mike Klum documentary is going to change any of that. So if you watch the original Predators things for this stuff, it's got millions of views, more views than this documentary has got. If you take a look at the views that Voice Critical has got talking about this stuff, it's millions and millions of views. The cupcake memes, that's like all over Twitter. You see an EDP reaction gif whenever somebody gets caught with like pedophilia. So I don't agree that the purpose of this documentary is just to raise awareness of EDP, because I think that Mike Klum, this is the second documentary he's ever made. This is not raising awareness. Maybe you haven't heard about it before, but it's already been in the mainstream media, right? Everybody knows who EDP is. And I don't think that, like, making a documentary, I don't think the purpose ever is that you're raising awareness, because you're doing that trivially, right? That's not the purpose of the documentary. Because making the documentary, that you're already doing that, but what's the contents? What are you hoping to look into? I don't think the documentary has any purpose. And I think you, as somebody who didn't know about EDP, it kind of shows that, right? Because all that happens is that you've kind of admitted that you just learned about EDP and not really anything more. So I'll give you an example, right? I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about and some of these contradictions. So EDP says at different points in the documentary that he predated on these kids because he was lonely. That's what he says at one point.
He got his heart broken by like his high school sweetheart, and I actually said this when I was watching it. It was just like he had a bad experience with an immature high school girl, so his immediate reaction was to go towards younger, more immature girls. Like that's retarded logic. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, he says that he's not able to actually find a girlfriend because of this experience in high school. And he says that it's the loneliness that made him go for those kids, and he never would have otherwise. And then later on in the documentary, he says that all men are sexually attracted to 15-year-olds, and all men have thought about having sex with 15-year-olds, talking about himself as somebody in his 30s. So those can't be the same, right? He's done this stuff purely because he was lonely, and he's otherwise not a pedophile. And then also, I'm attracted to kids. All men are attracted to kids.
Right, yeah, and that's obviously on its face batshit insane. And to me, like I understand,
but Mike Klum never presses on that point, right?
Yeah, I understand why you think he needs to press on that point, but like in the form of a documentary, just showing the audience how unhinged he is as a freak, that is more than enough. Like, because this is like
he's a pedo.
This is
like that's the surface level information you've got to talk about anyway.
Yes.
He's a pedophile. He's unhinged.
Exactly.
There's nothing else you get from it.
There's nothing deep. Yes, that's exactly what there is. Like, it's showcasing that he's not. The reason he's not in prison isn't because he was actually innocent. No, it was because the people going after him, Jidion and Alex Rosen, they were incompetent. And when you look at the aftermath, he's not remorseful at all, and he's doubling down on his actions. I think that's pretty eye-opening. I think that does a service in showing a lot of pred catchers don't necessarily deserve the reputation that they deserve as heroes, raiding the street of pedophiles if they're doing a sloppy job. I think that's and this is another point. Like, a documentary can have not more than one point and can communicate several things. It can have several key takeaways that you may have. Like, you may come out of this thinking, oh yeah, like online predation is a massive problem, and oh yeah, like I can't really go trick noble people into being exposed. So I might as well just go to the police, because I know that you're a UK citizen, but did you know that it's illegal to message a predator first? Like, I'm not a pred hunter. Like, I don't really pay attention to the
It's not
circles,
illegal,
so
but it does fuck up the case. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that, so that's news to me.
Sure. Yeah. So you might have learned discrete facts from some of the stuff. Yeah, but I'm saying the purpose of the documentary, what Mike Klum is going in there hoping to explore. Because if it's just a bunch of tacit facts about the law, and he sent a message on this date, and EDP is a pedo, you're kind of telling nothing, right? You're not exploring the topic at all. You might as well have just written a factual book about it. What's the point of documentary? What's the point of even speaking to EDP? You could have done all of this stuff with just making a Turkey Tom video. So this is what I'm saying, that it might be good drama slot, but it's not a good documentary, because you don't learn anything else. I mean, a lot of this stuff as well just seems to be there for pure entertainment value and nothing to actually digging into anything. Like him talking about his bitch list, that's purely for entertainment value, right? And to generate clips and shit like that. It's completely tonally inconsistent. You give EDP an ability to be essentially do a comedy skit and kind of humanize himself a little bit. It completely fucking distracts from all of his alleged or potential crimes. You know, you're humanizing the guy.
Well, Morale just joined call, but before he chimes in, I just want to make one thing clear. You can make a serious make a movie, be it documentary or fictional, and have it cover a serious subject and include some comedic moments. I understand that that's a big point of criticism for this particular documentary. But as I said before, with Grizzly Man, you can have depending on where it's at within the film, it doesn't take away from the serious subject matter. Schindler's List has comedic moments.
But it does, right? It does take away from the serious. You're trying to do a video, and the documentary is entitled "The Sick Mind of EDP," and then I'd say there's comedic aspects to the way that they're playing back some of the interactions between EDP and the kid. But nevertheless, eventually, you just hard segue into this, comedy bit where EDP is talking about his bitch list and all the people that he hates. He's saying Destiny's a fucking cuck who's getting shit shoved up his fucking ass. He's saying that Ela Klein is attractive and that he could fuck her way better than Ethan Klein could. You've got Adam22 in here saying that he would not let EDP, he's the only black man that he would not let have sex with his wife. I don't think it takes the subject matter particularly seriously, right? You can have comedic bits, sure, but half of this is purely for drama slop and comedy.
Now, for that, I will agree with to an extent, because this is the people who know about this the most are going to be other YouTubers. But when it comes to the ending segment with Chris Chan, Caleb Hammer, Boogie, Adam22, for me, it's very hard to not see that as just cherry picking, because this is a montage segment of Boogie himself, of depicting Boogie of literally digging his own grave, and other people are making fun of him. Like this isn't during like he's talking sexually to minors and they're making light of that fact. No, this is like towards the end where they're literally telling him to kill himself. Like I think this is like it's like it again, like when you look at this as like the final act instead of like the preceding acts, I think it's more understandable.
Well, no, not all
because
of this
a lot
is the
people
end of the act, and
think they have to
I'm
be.
not doing cherry picking, right? I'm talking about scenes that are in the documentary that just add nothing to it at all. It's like total dog shit. It is total dog shit. It adds absolutely nothing to the actual, some substance of the documentary. Like a cameo from Oompaville where he says that I think the best thing that EDP can do is kill himself. Other than having a cool cameo from Oompaville, and so hopefully he promotes the fucking documentary later. Like, sure, I've got no problems with that, that's fine. But, like, really? He's doing a fucking comedy skit where he's talking about women that he'd like to fuck, and then he's talking about Ethan Klein, and he's, like, beefing with Asmongold and Penguin Zero. Like, what's that in there for?
Like, again, I think this is like a difference in
It humanizes him,
perspectives.
right? It gives him a chance to be charismatic and funny and personable.
Yeah, like I understand that there's a difference in perspective on this, but I don't know. Like as someone who watches like indie documentaries, this isn't necessarily new to me because I was talking about this with Himbleton because we actually
child rape happens every day. That doesn't mean because it's not new, it's not good. Kinoflex. Do you know why EDP got away with this? Like
because
what he did?
because Jidion and Alex Rosen like fucked up the case. Yes.
How?
Let's see. So Alex Rosen, they started messaging him first, and like Jidion and Skeeter Jean, they approached him like when he was at his dialysis center when they weren't supposed to do that, and they talked about the case when they weren't supposed to do that.
Right. You get no information in this documentary as to why predator hunters like Jidion, like Skeeter Jean, like Chris Hansen lead to these people not getting arrested and not prosecuted. If anything, Mike Klum is actually in support of Jidion and in support of Skeeter Jean. He said so on H3's podcast. He went on for an interview. He said he thinks these guys are the best of the best. You get no real critique of how the systems are in place that let EDP get away. Instead, you get fucking aura shots of him jerking off and coming blood onto a fucking napkin because, oh, it's funny that this guy comes blood and needs to fucking go to dialysis. He's like a fat retard. You learn nothing from this video. You get no new information. A part of your defense for it was that he was exposing a pedophile. This guy was already exposed. You get no new information, sorry. What this document, in my mind, should have been about is the systems that are in place that allow people like Chris Hansen, Jidion, Skeeter Jean, the countless other predator hunters on YouTube that fuck shit like this up, and they let people like EDP get away with it, and then they complain that people like EDP get away with it, even though they are the ones that fucked it up. It is Alex Rosen's fault that this guy is out on the street. It is Jidion's fault that this guy is out on the street. It is Skeeter Jean's fault that this guy is out on the street. All of these people are at fault that a predator like EDP is out walking in the fucking street and now has a brand new fucking audience that is looking at this shit and looking at him riffing and being funny.
A new
Like,
audience?
there's nothing stopping EDP from messaging another kid right now because of all of these people.
I think that's just like saying like a new audience. I think that's a massive overblown exaggeration. And when it comes to like Alex Rosen and Jidion Skeeter, I think most viewers like can naturally infer from how the documentary was portraying
They shouldn't have to naturally infer. It should be taught to you what the systems are. You don't know the systems.
No, but
you don't know the systems because you watched a drama slop documentary.
But documentaries, like it requires viewers to infer what they are seeing. Like you can naturally see
what?
that
EDP is like a funny guy.
No, that EDP is a fucking freak who trivializes all of the terrible things he's done. It's darkly humorous.
In a funny way that makes you giggle.
It's darkly humorous, yes, but that's not endorsement of that makes him look endearing at all.
It absolutely does make him look endearing. This guy's entire purpose on YouTube was being like comedy funny guy. He had 4 million subscribers because people thought he was funny. And then this guy turned around and interviewed him and left in all the moments of him being funny. You're just being reminded of how this guy got famous, how this guy was actually able to message minors and follow tons of minors on Instagram without any pushback because he was funny. Because people thought he was funny. Younger people thought he was funny.
I kind of think it's worse than that as well, because EDP does have some like natural comedy and charisma when he's talking back and forth with Mike Klum when they're doing the the back and forth one-on-one interview. Like that's it's kind of unavoidable parts. Mike Klum could have actually pressed EDP and got him to like be serious and be real about stuff and actually answer questions. But it's like it's worse than that. This guy's setting up a whole set, right? So that EDP can go and do like a little comedy skit talking about how Hassan Piker is a fake champagne socialist. It's like, it's not him being funny as he's being pressed and interviewed. It's like, you've given him an entire set and a 5-minute segment just to call out people and do like a comedy routine.
So this is like, again, I mentioned this in my video, and I actually think that this is like a point of praise for Mike Klum in the same way that he deserves praise for his initial Boogie doc, because he made the subject feel so comfortable in such a way that they incriminate themselves without even knowing it. Like he can probably.
How does any of this incriminate him? He's just saying that fuck Hassan Piker, he's a fake socialist bitch. Like making somebody feel comfortable is like 100%. You should do that. And I said it earlier. I'm not surprised that these guys seem somewhat friendly. It is what it is. But it's like, what's the point of this? Is this necessary to include?
Again, like what I look at this is him just going on an insane rant threatening to kill people left and right because he's so bitter over his own actions. Like he blames other people for calling him out for his disgusting behavior.
Is it though? When has Hassan Piker even spoken about this guy?
Well, I mean, well, as you said, like he is a popular online figure, so he probably makes derogatory jokes or like conflates people with EDP. But like, also like in a certified like real N-word list, he notes like a couple of right-wing figures like Andrew Tate, like Joe Rogan.
Flex, do you know that Alex Rosen used a real picture of his underage little cousin in a sting operation once to catfish a pedophile?
Was that involved in this EDP case?
Answer the question, dipshit.
I believe so.
Okay.
It was not. Answer the question. Did you know that?
How is that relevant to the EDP doc?
Answer the question, retard. Fucking retard.
How is that? No. Mrao, you're the one not engaging because that's not irrelevant to the EDP doc. Like, what are you talking about?
It's not relevant to the EDP doc that you're a total mouth-drooling fucking retard, but I'm not bringing that up either. So listen.
What is this? Like,
did you know that Alex Rosen, answer the question, did you know that Alex Rosen used a real picture of his underage cousin?
Yeah, that's terrible. Yeah, that's terrible. Yeah, I didn't, and that's terrible.
That's terrible.
Yeah, that's
did
terrible.
You know that EDP lied to the police?
Why is that relevant for it?
Settle down. Stop spurging. Hey, stop spurging.
Why is that relevant for a documentary?
Hey,
why is that relevant?
Hey, rubs your back. Hey, listen, it's okay. I know you're upset. I know you're mad. It's okay. Do you know that EDP lied to the police and said that a guy was about to do a mass shooting in order to get him arrested on camera for content? Do you know about that?
So we're back to EDP. Okay.
No, I said Jidion. Sorry, I meant Jidion. Sorry. Did you know that Jidion did that?
No, and I still don't see the relevance.
These people that caught EDP, listen, shut the fuck up, retard. You are a fucking idiot. All of these people that caught EDP are terrible at what they do. They have to lie to the police in some instances to get arrests for content, for money. None of these people know what they're doing. No part of this documentary properly criticizes why exactly EDP was let go. You can argue, oh, it's fine to have jokes in the documentary. You can argue any of this. He is the video creator. He gets to choose what is put in and what is left out. And what he chose to left out were criticisms of all of these people that allowed this to happen, that have done horrendous things, arguably worse than what EDP has done in some cases. And what he chose to put in is EDP like riffing and making jokes and shit talking to Hassan Piker.
Do you not think that he spent a good amount of time? I mean, to be fair to KinoFlex, he did spend a good amount of time going through that, right? Like that was part of Chris Hansen's and
none of that was included.
That's part of Chris Hansen's inclusion. Like Alex Rosen was spurging the fuck out on.
Okay, now you're spurging out. Now you're being retarded because Chris Hansen outright condemns him. Chris Hansen outright condemns Jidion, Alex Rosen, and Skeeter Jeans.
He is the same exact person as them.
What the
He
fuck
does
are you
the
talking
same
about?
shit.
What the fuck are you talking about? No, he didn't. That's just objectively not true.
Hold on. What do you think the worst thing Chris Hansen did is?
Like storming that one prosecutor and like having him like kill himself instead of just like waiting for them to.
You think a
him to
pedophile
come to
killing
them.
himself is wrong? You think that's bad?
The process, retard. The process where they don't. Okay. The process for to catch a
You
predator.
understand that he entrapped a lot of people as well, right? He did
Let
the
me
same
talk,
thing
let
that
me talk,
Jidion
let me
did
talk,
and
let
Alex
me-
Rosen did. Let me
No.
talk. Let me talk. Let me talk.
Okay, Mrau, are you gonna be a child or just let me talk? Come on, man.
Yeah, you'd like if I was a child. Fucking pedophile. Keep going then. Come on.
Okay, so now we're just like with ad homs. Okay, with To Catch a Predator.
Don't add on me. Don't add on me. You're
with
fucking
you-
retarded. You know that?
With To Catch a Predator, the format of the
Do
show.
you know that To Catch a
specifically-
Predator
the
entrapped people?
format
Yes
of-
or no?
The format of the show.
Do you know
specifically-
that To Catch a
the
Predator
format
entrapped
of the
people? Yes
show-
or no?
The format of the show.
Do you know that To Catch a
I'm
Predator
about to
entrapped
answer
people?
you.
Yes or no?
I'm about to answer you, Mrau.
It is a yes or no? Yes or no?
I'm about to answer you, Mrau. The format
Okay, so
of
the
the
next
show.
words out of
the
your mouth
format-
should be a yes or no then, right, dipshit?
Okay, the format of the show
Do
specifically
you know that To Catch a
requires.
Predator entrapped people?
The
Yes or
format
no?
of the show specifically requires a predator to message what they believe to be a minor. That is them messaging the minor first. But for that instance, with the district attorney who or prosecutor who offed himself, Chris Hansen had decided to raid his house after he tried deleting everything.
Okay,
And
let me
that's
help
what
you a little
happened.
bit, Kinoflex. To Catch a Predator was not entrapment. They got quite a number of arrests. So the people who did a lot of the stings behind TCAP was called Perverted Justice. I think they changed it at some point to a different organization, but they tried to work alongside with police, and so they did get arrests. A lot of these guys ended up with jail time.
Yeah, like entrapment is literally a pedophile defense, Mrau. Like you're.
No. Okay,
It's, not,
Kinoflex,
it's a
I'm gonna
legal
save you. Don't say
defense.
that,
Are you
don't say
fucking
that.
retarded, dipshit?
No. That is the
You
pedophile.
understand that,
That is the
entrapment is
pedophile
bad.
defense.
You should
used
not
in
entrap
sending-
someone because
that
if you
is the
entrap someone, you
pedophile.
cannot convict them.
That is the pedophile defense for the people on the show who were caught on the show.
No. It's no.
What do you think entrapment? Hold on, Dickers. Hold on. This guy's like a total retard. I just want to showcase this.
No,
What do you think entrapment is? What do you think entrapment is?
Mrau, when people
What do you think
don't know the
entrapment
law,
is?
when people don't know the law, they use entrapment as to
You
justify
don't know the law,
like pedophile.
dipshit. You're a fucking retard.
Mrau,
What is entrapment? Tell me. Tell me.
Mrau, it's
What is entrapment?
It's literally trapping someone under false pretenses.
That's not what it is. Tell me what entrapment is.
Okay, you tell me what entrapment is, Mrau. Okay.
Do you not know?
Mrau, like
You said
I
earlier,
you know what
Kinoflex, that you
entrapment
learned from
is.
this documentary that if you message first, that can make it not possible to prosecute, right? That's entrapment.
Yes.
Or that can be an example of entrapment.
Wow, you're like retarded. It's a pedophile defense. Yes. You want to know why? Because entrapment is bad. If you do entrapment, you are leading someone to do a crime that they otherwise would not do. You cannot prove that they would
Chris
do that
Hansen
crime.
did not entrap
in
people
isolation,
on To Catch a Predator. Chris Hansen did not entrap people on To Catch a Predator. That is why I am saying that you're giving a pedophile defense, an unintentional pedophile defense, when you criticize Chris Hansen for doing that. Retard. Do you not understand that point?
He did entrap people.
He entrapped like the pedophiles on the show.
Yes, in some cases.
When
Not
they
every
message,
single case.
When they message
in some
first.
cases.
When they message first, Mrau.
Yeah, so when I say entrapment,
No.
some-
Answer
in
the
some
question.
cases,
Answer the
right?
question, cunt. Answer the question, retard.
Okay, what was
Yes
the
or
question?
no?
Sorry.
Yes or no?
What was the question? Sorry.
Was he entrapping people when the predators messaged them first or him first? Perverted justice.
Right. So entrapment is when you lead someone to do
Again,
something.
yes or no?
right?
Yes or no?
So in
yes
those
or no?
cases where
yes
they
or
are
no?
messaging
Yes or
first,
no?
it would
Yes or
not be
no?
entrapment,
Yes or
right?
no? Yes or
You're
no?
LARPing as me. Yes,
Yes
or
or
no?
no?
Yes or no?
Yes
I'm
or
like
no?
Brown. I'm like Brown.
This is
I'm
like you're
Brown
saying
because I'm a
debate
total
tactic.
fucking brain dead
This
moron.
is your
I'm a total
debate
brain dead moron.
tactic. This is your
No,
debate
dipshit,
tactic.
No, retard.
This is your debate tactic.
No, retard.
This is your debate
the
tactic.
issue is you're not asking good questions. In some cases, he did entrap them. Yes.
Okay, which ones? Give
Do
me
you
a
want
name.
like specific examples?
Give me a name. I'll give you time to Google them. Since you're just pulling shit out of your ass, but okay.
I'm not pulling shit out of my ass. It's part of the.
Give me a
there's
name. Give me a name. Give me a name.
Have you seen?
Give me a name. Quit being retarded. Give me a name.
Can you give me your name so I can fucking dox you? How about that?
Now, quit bringing up points that you obviously don't know. Either give me a name or move on from that point.
How about me and you go live on Kick right now and we can watch The Predators, the documentary from last year? Would you like that?
Okay, Dickers. Like, what's the point here? Like,
what's
with
the point here?
You know what? I'll take this up. Okay, I'll defend the inclusion of Chris Hansen in this. I think that Chris Hansen and Perverted Justice probably are not perfect, but probably the best example of how this kind of stuff should be conducted. So I'm going to grant for the sake of argument that some of these predators that got caught up in TCAP did eventually actually do like a successful entrapment or inducement defense when it came time for a criminal trial. But he still got a conviction level that is, I mean, if you compare it to Jidion or Skeeter Jean, it's just like nothing you see on YouTube, right? It's incomparable. So in terms of the people who've made a media product out of doing predator catching, he's like the best. TCAP, Chris Hansen plus Perverted Justice working with the police is like the best example we've got of how to do it correctly.
Yeah, and like
I would disagree because in Collin County, I don't know if you know this, in 2006 in Collin County, 23 men that were arrested due to catch a predator were not convicted because they did not do it the proper way. In some cases, they didn't have jurisdiction. In some cases, the decoy was in another county, so it didn't count. There are ways to do stuff like this. Chris Hansen was not working.
That doesn't sound as though that doesn't sound as though they've. Hold on, Kayla, let's not do a 2v1 real quick.
Okay,
so that doesn't sound like they've actually done a successful entrapment. What it sounds like there's like a legal technicality that is always going to have to come
you on the
come
entrapment.
with these guys.
You can say that's false unless I provide evidence or whatever. But.
Okay, yeah, but
I'm totally under the impression that in some cases
legal
he hasn't trapped
difficulties
people.
here with like different regional laws, and sometimes I think with prosecutorial discretion, they're gonna have like difficulties with little niggly kind of details. But I think TCAP is, despite the flaws.
What the fuck are you saying, dude?
I'm not even trying to do a fucking N-word, mate, okay, I promise. Like little details that seem on its face inconsequential, but could actually be legally relevant, you know? That's what I'm talking about. So TCAP is probably just like
the point that I'm
Can
trying
you think
to bring
of a
up
better
overall
example
is
of how
not
this
that he
has been
entrapped
tried?
people, right?
Because I think that
the point that
I
I'm
think
trying to
what
bring
people
up
fall into
overall
a
is
lot
that
of the
Chris Hansen is not a good example of any of this, right?
No,
Chris
no,
Hansen
because here's
is a
the-
total
no,
retard.
okay. Chris Hansen is a good example of how to do this with TCAP. What you're doing is like a Nirvana fallacy, where you're pointing to like flaws with TCAP, and then acting as though it's a bad example. It's the best example despite the flaws. Can you think of a better way that this has been done online?
Okay, is Chris Hansen doing it, or is someone like what do you mean? What are you trying to?
To catch a predator. So Chris Hansen working with Perverted Justice and the police to be able to get these guys booked and making a media product at the same time. Can you think of anybody else who's made a media product out of predator catching that has done a better, more successful job than Chris Hansen did with TCAP?
Off the top of my head now, but I don't follow these people.
I think you would genuinely struggle to find anyone better, which is why I'm saying, like, including Chris Hansen in here to be able to speak on Skeeter Jean being a complete fucking amateur. Chris Hansen's not perfect, but he's fucking right, and he's the best person we've got around to be able to say it.
Sure. Listen, I didn't come here to debate about Chris Hansen. So you might be right. I'll concede to the Chris Hansen point. The rough and dirty of what I'm trying to say is ultimately, I'll just repeat my point. As a documentary maker, you get to choose what is put into the documentary and what is left out. And I think it speaks volumes as to what he put in and as to what he left out, especially the criticisms of these predator catchers that oftentimes do entrap people. In the case of Alex Rosen, he did entrap EDP. In the case of, Alex Rosen, he has used in real life minors to catfish people before, which is fucking disgusting. In the case of Jidion, he has effectively swatted people and done false police calls to get like entertaining content. And I think not properly criticizing these people and the systems that are in place that let people like EDP go, I think that speaks to the intentions behind the document, which is ultimately to just make what is effectively a drama slop piece. And I don't think that KinoFlex has been able to, argue against that point.
Can I talk?
Do you not think that they spend like a good amount of time speaking about Alex Rosen and speaking about Skeeter Jean in particular? I agree. I think that Mike Klum is pretty buddy
Again, my
with
critique is
Jidion,
like they don't
and
really
so he doesn't
talk
want to
about
criticize
why,
him super hard.
right? They do criticize these people, but Mike Klum likes EDP. Mike Klum likes Skeeter Jean. While there might be criticisms, I don't think they go far enough to explain why exactly this happened. Right? I think it's like I think they speak very vaguely on it. Unless I'm misremembering the document. It's been a few days since I watched it.
Okay. If I can just speak real quick, it just sounds as though you want a more thorough, like legal like explanation of what they did wrong. Is that wrong to assume?
Yeah, inside of the documentary. He's talked to lawyers in the documentary. He could have gotten this answer and he could have put it in. For all we know, there is a clip of him doing that and he just left it out. He's been posting clips on Twitter of shit that he's cut. Like, for example, there is a clip of EDP in suspenders comparing himself to Epstein, Jared from Subway, R. Kelly, and some other pedophile I forget the name of. But he's been posting that on Twitter recently.
And the
So there
lawyer,
could be, I don't know.
and the lawyer in the glasses, like I forget his name, but saying that if I were EDP's lawyer, I would not do this documentary. You would have liked to hear more from that individual.
I am saying he did talk to lawyers in the production of this documentary.
Okay.
So to say that he couldn't have done this, not that you did, but to say that he couldn't have done this is like totally retarded. I would like to hear from like anything, even if it's just him explaining why, right? It doesn't even need to be by a lawyer. Just explain the systems that are in place that led to this is what I would want out of something like this. And I think he could have put that in there. It's a really easy thing to explain, I think, but he doesn't. And I think that that's a detriment to the documentary, especially when he chooses to put in like the retarded jokes and riffing and whatever instead.
Okay, that's a perfectly valid critique. I agree with that. Like, I accept that. Like, I told Dickers at the start of this conversation, like, I am more than willing to lower my like personal rating if someone can bring to me like information or evidence that was not brought into the doc that should have been in there. And yeah, I will agree with that, Morale. That is something that should have been put in there.
I mean, I think that the information is like largely fine. There's certain things that could have been included, but the whole way that he's like gone about this, it's clearly for like some kind of like a spectacle of drama slop, you know? So him shit talking Wings of Redemption, him comparing himself to Epstein and shit like that. I mean, you're allowing a comedian to do comedy bits in a documentary you're supposed to do about his sick mind. You know? You are humanizing the guy, and it feels weird tonally when you've just got off like a detailed description of how he wants to take the innocence away from a 15-year-old girl. It's like, what are we doing here, man? This guy's riffing? This guy's doing bits? So that's why I say it's like completely tonally inconsistent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, I've discussed this with like Himpleton. Like I have found out that we both like share a similar documentary that we that also goes into criminal shenanigans of a weird tickling ring where it blackmails people. But there are also darkly comedic bits in that documentary that would be seen as by some people inappropriate, but at the end of the day didn't incriminate the case. It didn't do anything to get the people off.
I don't think that having a scene in there that's funny and like I'm gonna say even humanizing a pedophile in a documentary, I don't think that's inherently even fucking wrong. So have you ever watched the documentaries that Louis Theroux's done about pedophiles? Like A Place for Pedophiles, something like that.
I've heard of Louis Theroux. I've seen clips of it, but not in its entirety.
Yeah, so he goes in and he speaks to pedophiles and talks to their crimes and why they are the way they are, and even like some of the issues that they have trying to navigate through the system. But he does a really good documentary cohesively looking over all of it. There's like even a section at the end where it's like Halloween and these guys are getting together in a choir and like singing the Addams Family, which is like, it is comedic. Like, you watch it, it is obviously comedic, and it does humanize them. But he also spends a long time going in, talking about their crimes, pressing them on exactly why they are the way they are, whether they'd commit a crime again, talking and confronting them with explicit details about what they did. So you get like both sides. You get a holistic view. Whereas him doing a comedy bit,
humanization, Dickers,
that doesn't add nuance at all to him as a predator and who he is. You're just letting this guy do a comedy bit because you think it'll be a funny clip, you know?
Yeah.
Do you remember the scene where he talks about his mom, like smelling
Like
his
ghost?
mom's cigarette smoke in the car, right?
Yeah.
Speaking of humanization, I think humanizing pedophiles can be one of the most important things you can do in order to criticize them, because figuring out how these people are raised, how they become what they are, that could have been an amazing segue to talking about EDP's childhood. How was he raised? How was his mother like? How was his father like? How was it like? How was his life like as a childhood? you get some of that in terms of like he was bullied at school and a girl made fun of him and stuff like that.
Like
so there was
WWE,
some
yeah.
organization in that aspect, but it feels the biggest critique I can give this documentary, and I'll leave after this. I'll let you guys get back to it, and obviously no hard feelings, I still like you.
Yeah. Like
I like getting animated and yelling.
Yeah.
But the biggest critique I can give is just the documentary seems like a missed opportunity. Everything is done in such a limp-dicked, half-assed way, and everything could have been done so much better if he put like slightly more effort into it, or he asked slightly better questions. But yeah, if you want to give a final statement, I'll leave after this. I don't want to interrupt your guys' talk too much.
Yeah, like morale, no hard feelings. Like I don't have any personal attachment to this dog. I just had like a personal experience with it, and I'm just like giving my honest personal experience with it. And if you guys have any personal experiences that differ, like that's totally fine. And I just want to like understand it better.
All right, Tickers, do you have anything else you want to tell me, or do you want me to?
I don't think so. I think the bit that
All right, I'll let you guys go.
Mike Klum just doesn't press about any of this shit. Like when he's talking about the fact that he can smell his mum's cigarette smoke in the back of the car, and he thinks she's like looking down on him. Like clearly he kind of understands on some level what he's about to do is insanely wrong, but that's never dug into. Like I think you said in your video that Mike Klum presses this guy really hard and asks the right questions at the right time. Is there a single scene in here where you've got Mike Klum and EDP in the shot, and EDP is like feeling the pressure because of how Mike Klum is asking him questions?
That's not what I mean by like be a good interviewer, because good interviewer isn't necessarily like challenging them, like you were saying, like pressing them hard. Like in Errol Morris's The Fog of War, he has a very high profile guest that he's interviewing, like the former U.S. Secretary of Defense, and a lot of the most poignant moments and powerful moments in that documentary is Errol Morris asking him like very complex, complicated questions that he struggles to answer because you can tell that he feels guilty, and those moments you wouldn't be able to get if you like challenged him or were antagonistic towards him. So that
the entire way through. No, I get that. But can you point to a single time in this documentary where something comparable happens?
I guess like the best example, like the best instance would be like when he's scrolling on Tinder and he's challenging him over like not swiping right or whatever, or like giving the chance of like a single mom with 8 kids, because like
I agree. That is probably the only point where Alex, Mike Klum says anything critical to EDP, and it's over him being too picky about women. This is supposed to be exposing the sick mind, and the thing we're pressing on is him being too picky on Tinder. That's insane. No, that's like a fundamental failure, I would think.
Yeah, well, I guess this is the impression I got from what Mike Klum presented, is that EDP is both incredibly narcissistic and also cowardly. So so when Jidion and Skeeter Jean they confronted him, that gave me an impression that if he's not going to stand his ground, he will run away if somebody doesn't kiss his ass or treats him nicely, and that's like why I believed Mike Klum was efficient in his interviewing tactic in the same way he was with Boogie, right? Because
I disagree. Because I think the points that he's choosing to press him on make absolutely no sense. So Mike Klum makes like an appearance in the documentary, like what, 1 or 2 times, I guess. It's like, does he press him over his weight? I think maybe he presses him over him being picky on Tinder, and then Mike Klum makes like a soy face as EDP sends him like a picture of his shit. But like those are useless fucking points to try and press this guy, right? That's totally useless. Like the things you want to press him on is him saying that everybody's attracted to a 15-year-old girl. Yeah, I would have tore that girl up.
I mean,
you could ask him a question. If you were thinking about your mum watching you on that day, what do you think she'd say if she heard you say that?
Yeah, that would be a powerful question.
But I'm saying like that's just a question off the top of my head. He could have done that like 20 different times in this documentary, and he doesn't because that's not his style. He doesn't want to be massively in there. He just wants to produce like some interesting bit of entertainment. And he doesn't want to put any personality in there.
But also, realistically, how do you think EDP would answer? He'd probably say, "My mom would be proud as fuck of me," or some shit like that.
Yeah, but that
it's like
level
a
of
front.
self-delusion.
It's like a
Yeah,
front.
but how the just imagine what that would look like though. EDP says that he wants to take away this girl's innocence, this 15-year-old girl. Mike says in a serious tone, "You said earlier you were thinking about your mum on the day. How do you think she would think hearing you say that?" And EDP goes, "Yeah, she'd find it really funny. She'd find it really funny." Does it not just like explode the entire like the character that he's trying to present? Because he is trying to present a character through a lot of this, right? And it goes completely fucking unchallenged. Like he says later on, yeah, people love a villain, and I love giving them a villain. How much of this is him, presenting himself as a villain? We don't know, because Mike Klum never presses him at any point.
Like, see, this is like the difference in mentality, right? Like, I'm looking at the documentary thinking that it's well made because Mike Klum is approaching his subject with the mindset of never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. So, like throughout like the documentary, like he like EDP cries about how much a victim he is, but at the same time doesn't do anything within his within his control to change his circumstances. It's just
you can say that,
complex.
but you also agree that Mike Klum could have given him more opportunities to make more
absolutely
more mistakes, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
and
he doesn't need to interrupt him. Let him speak as much as he wants, and then hit him up with like a follow-up question. But Mike Klum doesn't do that at any point in this documentary. Because I don't think that Mike Klum is doing this as some documentary where he is actually trying to expose or dig deeper into the sick mind of EDP, or actually try and dig deeper at all. I don't think Mike Klum actually gives a fuck about EDP or what happened here very much at all. I think the reason why he's spent 2 years on it is the exact same reason why Chris Chan's in here, the exact same reason why Mutahar's in there, the exact same reason why this guy's calling out a bunch of YouTubers on his bitch list. I think he's trying to make fucking drama slop. I don't think that he gives a fuck about this subject. I don't think that he cares for this documentary at all. He wants to rub elbows with a lot of his fucking YouTuber mates and make essentially a palatable but empty, YouTube video.
Okay.
Which is why for me as a documentary, it goes all the way down to 4. It's like McDonald's, man. It's got nothing in there.
I can understand that your approach. And I can honestly hearing some of your your arguments, I could see how it could have been better. And maybe I just need to read up more on EDP as to what could have possibly been asked of him, because I didn't watch the Ethan Klein interview of Mike Klum. I didn't watch the Turkey Tom video, so maybe I can find something insightful on that. But in terms of rough ideas of documentaries, what would you choose as a better example in terms of tone or interview style?
So there's a documentary that Louis Theroux made, A Place for
the pedophile ones. Okay, yeah,
that was really good.
Yeah,
and then Channel 4, Lolicon porn documentary. Fuck. I've completely forgotten what this is called. This girl isn't even a very good documentarian. I'm gonna say that right now. Japan. I'm gonna say Japan. Fuck. Can anybody remember the name of this documentary? Is it Young Sex for Sale in Japan? Yes, it is. Stacey Dooley Investigates. Young Sex for Sale in Japan. I think that's what it's called. Yeah. So if you go and watch that, she's speaking to people who are producing and selling lolicon and underage erotic art, and basically kind of question them through their motivations, not just leaving it to them to be able to tell their story, but actually pressing back and shit. It's just why this documentary feels totally fucking hollow. I'll link it to you, so you can go watch it if you want. But yeah, it's just a total fucking failure from beginning to end. And I don't know if maybe Mike Klum was worried that if he didn't do a softball interview, essentially, he wouldn't get these funny clips where EDP is going through his fucking bitch list, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess another way. I guess another defense I could give him is that he, again, like I said in my video, he understands that EDP is very much an internet meme. So him trying to move away from it will undermine the tone more than rather just playing into it. I guess that's like a bit of grace I could give him. Like, would you grant him that?
Say that again, sorry.
So, like, EDP, like, as I said in my video, he can't really take anything seriously, and that's sort of his tactic to sort of downplay his predatory behaviors. And if Mike Klum tries to make it, like, really serious and professional, like he tries to hype him up as, like, a really, like, a Jeffrey Epstein kind of character, or just something like that. So something serious, when he doesn't take himself seriously at all, that could undermine the doc in its presentation. So, like, allowing him to make a fool out of
what
himself.
What it would do is
like,
it'd undermine EDP's presentation of himself as just like a lonely but funny, charismatic guy who doesn't give a fuck and is a villain. He's super cool and he's aura posting throughout the entire documentary. That's what it'd undercut. But what you'd end up getting to is like, who the fuck is EDP actually? He's like a fucking lonely, twisted, disgusting pedophile who went and did this and was prepared to do this kind of stuff to a child because he was talking back and forth about rape fantasies. Because he's like a disgusting freak, and you get to like the, I guess, real horror of who he is, or whatever the fuck, whatever kind of like autistic language you want to dress up. I think that's what you could fucking get to. Like later on, he's texting back and forth with this chatbot AI, and he's pretending to be 17, and that's never touched on at all. He doesn't even reference it. Mike Klum just lets it fucking slide. I don't know if this Mike Klum guy is like socially awkward, and so he doesn't feel able to be able to ask these questions, but it leaves the documentary feeling so fucking hollow, because this guy has just admitted to, like, self-molestation fantasies where he's a child. And it never gets picked up on, you know?
Yeah, I didn't pick up on that.
Right? That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Like, the idea that this guy is fantasizing about him being molested as a kid, and yet he's saying that he's just lonely. That would have been a great thing to be able to bring up to the therapist and have them interject and explain. But that never happens, you know? There's just like so many threads that go nowhere. Because like I said at the start, I don't think that Mike Klum has got like a purpose or a question that he wanted to answer with this documentary. It feels largely like aimless.
Do you think it should have included more scenes, or just like have like an entirely separate long form video of the Chris Hansen interview between EDP? I don't know if like the full uncut version is on YouTube or accessible anywhere. Do you know?
That would have been kind of cool, I guess, if you did like an uncut version of that, because all we've got uncut so far is clips of EDP like performing essentially. So that would be kind of cool, yeah. Kind of burst his bubble a little bit.
I guess that's another point of criticism you can give to Mike Klum, is if he was really serious about like holding EDP to account, then why not just work with Chris Hansen fully and just like make it for him? Like, would you accept that, or is that just sort of like a nothing burger?
I think that a documentarian can do it. I don't think that a journalist needs to go in and do this stuff. I think if Mike Klum wants to like bring in Chris Hansen to, you know, kind of press him at some points, that's like totally fine, even if it is just for a little bit of like celebrity status to it. But yeah, It's entertaining to have him confronted by Chris Hansen. That is very fucking funny, but it's like you could have done that all the way throughout the documentary, even if it's not as good as Chris Hansen, you know?
Yeah. Well, I will admit that you made me think over a lot of the doc than I had previously. Like for me, when with a lot of documentaries that have really left an impression on me, they're able to they're able to both like explain like very dramatic, communicate very dramatic points, very serious points, but also deliver on like entertainment value, be it comedy or like stuff like that.
Yeah.
So maybe I should look at the EDP doc with a more critical light.
Yeah. This has been my thing over the last like several months, and I've been thinking about this a little bit more, is that YouTubers want to pretend when they're doing well and they're successful and everybody's celebrating them. YouTubers want to pretend as though they're replacing legacy media and YouTube is where it's at now, and, you know, we've moved past, you know, the BBC, or we've moved past, you know, like, newspapers, and these are the new journalists, this is the new media. But then as soon as they're criticized, they then fall back to say, oh, dude, I'm just making a heckin' YouTube video, man. I'm just like a YouTuber, dude. So they want to have the fucking cake and they want to eat it too. They want the prestige of being something more than just a YouTuber.
Yeah.
And then as soon as they're like held up to a little bit of scrutiny, dude, it's just a YouTube video. It's just a YouTube video.
It's like
we cannot possibly criticize Mike Klum while there are 100 true crime YouTube channels, you know, making hay on exploiting horrible things that have happened to people. We can't do both. We can't do both. We can't say that both are bad. Absolutely not.
Yeah, it's like Schrodinger's asshole, right? Like, you'll have people giving like controversial political statements, and then when they receive like a pushback, they're like, "Oh, I'm just a comedian, guys. I'm not political commentary. I'm just a comedian."
Yeah, exactly like that. Yeah, exactly like that. A huge fucking Motte and Bailey, insanely fucking disingenuous. I hate people who do that shit. You know. Sell yourself as you want to be perceived. Just like be honest with it, but it's super fucking frustrating. But yeah, anyway, I'll let you go if there's nothing else you wanna add, or you can have closing thoughts if you want.
I guess my only closing thoughts are that you gave me much more to chew on than I was expecting about the doc. I think a lot of people are still being bad faith about it. I think, but I do agree with like a lot of your points that Mike Klum could have been more professional with it. Though I'm willing to give him some grace in that I'm not sure like how experienced he is with documentary films. Like to my knowledge, Boogie was his only like film length documentary or short film documentary he's made before. But I would say he has like room to grow. So I'd give like the doc I'd move my rating from like an 8 or 9 to like a 7. Okay. Listen, I think you might do what I've done, and as you think about it more and more, it might get worse and worse and worse. Because I watched it first and I thought that it was entertaining, if a little tonally weird, but now I'm like dead set on this being kind of shit. I'm dead set on it being kind of shit. I thought that a lot of other people were being contrarian and shit like that. It's like, nah, this is probably pretty shit actually. But anyway, yeah. Enjoy your calling in, mate. Especially after interrupting your dinner for it. But yeah, have a good one. Chat to you later. Bye. There we go. I think we did alright with Morale interjecting. Dude, I appreciate Morale calling in. That was fun. It was just like, bro, I'm trying to do one thing, you try and do another. I don't know. I think the Chris Hansen line with the documentary is just like a little retarded, you know? I'm trying to be mindful though, because I am a fan of TCAP. I'm a fan of To Catch a Predator. And I have been for a while. And so, you know, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that if you go, yeah, here we are, right? Go to my fucking YouTube homepage, right on front. To Catch a Predator. Twink Toilet commentary. Yeah. I do fucking watch a shit ton of it, so I'm trying to be mindful that I don't fucking glaze them. But yeah, there we are. Okay, I would have thanked Donos while I was talking to Kino, and then we'll head back in and watch Jidion giving his side of the EDP documentary. Okay? So, I want to thank Willie's Me for the 2. Also think Ladion attacking her now is cray cray. Thank you Artemis for the 5. I mean, in strict definitions, you do learn about EDP, but I would not argue a bit of comedic relief helps add balance. Thank you Artemis for another 2. Is Morale currently e-dating the up-block chick? Thank you for the 2. Thank you Will for the 2 again. Tickled is a great doc about this subject. I've tried to watch that before. Apparently it's like insanely hard to be able to watch, because there's like a shit ton of censorship, but it's supposed to be some kind of cult classic. Yeah. And thank you Artemis for the 10. Klum is definitely more of an entertainer than an informer. Come on, come one, come all, and see the freak. And to be honest, and to be fair, it does show EDP as a freak, but a more in-depth doc would have been nice. It would have been, I don't think that, like, Mike Klum just seems totally fucking aimless. And you can say that he's inexperienced and so he doesn't know what to do. I don't know. If you don't think you're experienced enough to be able to look at other documentaries where people are, like, pressing pedophiles or people who've, like, done seriously fucked up things, and you can't kind of get the gist of how you're supposed to do that subject matter, I don't know.
I don't know. Apparently for the Boogie doc, Mike Klum watched a shit ton of like Vice documentaries. Like a shit ton of Vice documentaries to prepare for it. And you can see that in his style, but it's just, I mean, like a Vice documentary looking at people who like to, I don't know, jar and store to later sniff their own farts. I don't think that tone is really going to work with somebody who's been caught up in like 2 predator stings with like insane rape fantasies about children, you know? Anyway, yeah. Hansen's a good presenter, but he is nothing without a team. That's why some of his solo stuff is so bad. Oh, you mean like Onision and shit like that? Yeah. But, I mean, that's probably true for a lot of these guys, you know? Like, the Jidion stuff could have been way better if instead of a Discord moderator and a 15-year-old child, he had actually worked with one of these groups that, you know, try and actually get kids caught, you know? Anyway, yeah. Let's get into it, though. Let's get into it. As we said we would, let's have a look at Jidion's response to the EDP documentary and the criticism. Let's go.
Yo, what's good, YouTube, man? So I want to address some claims that have been going on for a while, and I also want to address some claims that were made specifically from Kayla in the new Mike Klum documentary about EDP, and I want to give context and clear up things, but in no way do I want any hate to be sent towards Kayla. Even though there are lies being said about me, I wish nothing but the best for her, and I ask that none of you guys send any hate to her whatsoever at all. So without any further ado, let's get into it.
I feel like I was a victim of EDP, but mainly a victim of Jidion. They collectively never once told me to go straight to law enforcement. I feel like I am a victim of Jidion because he encouraged me to keep talking to a pedophile. They also instructed me to keep messaging EDP, which was incredibly draining. Yes, Jidion was encouraging me to continue messaging him. I wasn't allowed to report anything to the cops until the day of the sting. I just think that he should have told me to block EDP, but he didn't. Jidion on a phone call even told me not to report anything to the police because a private case was being built up behind the scenes. Jidion is a very selfish, greedy, and a scam artist type of person. Now, me personally, am I an opportunist? Yes, I am, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
So the claims are that I facilitated a predator to come inside of my Discord channel, which allowed Kayla to be groomed. The other claims is that I forced and pressured her into keep on being in contact with EDP. And the third claim is that I forced and demanded that she not go to the police, even though that she was talking to EDP. So we're going to knock them all out, and I'm going to address everything. So first, let's address the claim that EDP met Kayla from my Discord channel. She was a minor at the time, but now she is 19 years old. So
whoa, 19-year-old can be minors?
let's address that.
Kayla Hoskins is the victim being referenced in the sting operation, and she's not a decoy. Like Skeeter said, this one is for real. But how did she meet EDP 445? Well, she was a huge fan of Jidion, and she was in his Discord server. EDP, after being invited by Jidion to his public server full of children, noticed her profile, found her Instagram connected to it, and messaged her.
Now, the reason why people believe that EDP met her through my Discord is because I was under the impression that's how it happened, and I'm the one who put out the statement that EDP found her through my Discord. When EDP joined my Discord, when he was about to do the interview with us, he didn't join, but he found a girl in my Discord, right? And in her Discord, she has her Instagram. So EDP, being the Rizzler that he is, he slides into her DMs and he initiates contact with her. The reason why I gladly took the blame for EDP meeting her through my Discord, because at the time, I truly believe that's how he found her, and I wanted to take accountability for my role in this occurrence. But
it's just fucking... No. Wait, what? That's not... He doesn't take accountability for it when he's speaking about it there. What? If you're taking accountability for it, why are you calling him the fucking Rizzler, man? This is you solemnly taking accountability. What? This guy cannot stop fucking lying, man. It's insane. This isn't you taking accountability. You got shit for it after.
Why I gladly took the blame for EDP meeting her through my Discord, because at the time, I truly believe that's how he found her, and I wanted to take accountability for my role in this occurrence. But as it turns out, Kayla herself in the documentary stated that she had already been messaging EDP before I had even ever added him in my own Discord.
My name is Kayla Hoskins, and in June 2023, I received an Instagram DM from EDP445, otherwise known as Bryant. I first replied to EDP because I always reply to anyone who messages me, and I didn't know who he was, but I freaked out because he told me he was, and sooner rather than later he started sending very flirtatious messages. A while later, Jidion added EDP into his Discord filled with kids for a Q&A, and then when I told people like in the server that EDP texted me, Jidion quickly knew about it because his manager told him.
So EDP was added into my Discord server to do an interview on June 21st, and he was banned that same exact day because he never came up to actually do the interview because he wanted to get paid last minute. And even though I had 70,000 people in my live stream, I'm not going to pay a pedophile to interview him. Either he wants to interview or he doesn't. So I was not about to pay that man.
All right, my nigga, so here's the deal. We ain't doing no goddamn interview until I'm fucking compensated, my nigga.
Okay. That was edited out of context by Mike for her original video. Fuck! I've been told about this, actually. I've been told about this. So apparently, yeah. Jidion, and I think Mike and other people are claiming as though Kayla has admitted that she had spoken to him beforehand. Apparently this just isn't true. Hold on. Let me go and get a link to the full documentary. Or the full interview, rather. Ah, okay. Yo, dude. Thank you, Samuel, for this. Yo, dude. I've just seen you going live to talk about everything. Definitely watch a section of Mike Clum's unedited interview with Kayla on stream. It's important to stuff Jidion says in his response. Clum, in his documentary, makes it out to seem that Kayla claimed her and EDP were speaking before he joined Jidion's server, which isn't accurate. In the full interview, she states something completely different before saying Jidion invited EDP to his server, and then later says that EDP messaged her. The timestamp is 2:56. Tevaganda.
My name is Kayla Hoskins. I am 16 years old. I make videos and music. Fresh out of middle school. I was not in tune with that. I was watching Shane Dawson. I was not doing other stuff. Well, I met Jidion way before the EDP situation happened. I met him when he had a contest on Guess Who's the Black Person, and I won that contest. I fooled him.
Wait, she won the Who's the Black Person contest? Wait, hold on. Does anybody have this from back in the day? Apparently there's an interview with Kayla somewhere where she's pretending to be a black person so convincingly that she wins. And her prize was getting raped by EDP. Woohoo!
And then after that, his manager, Inside, added me on Discord. And then, like, a while later, Jidion added EDP into his Discord, filled with kids, for a Q&A. And I thought that was messed up, but I think that's, like, another way EDP found me, because I was in the voice call that day. And
oh, wait, what? Yeah, that's a totally fucking different claim to what Mike Clum puts forward in his documentary. I was in Jidion's Discord, so was EDP, and that's how he found me. Oh my god. Dude, this fucking documentary is becoming even more shit as time fucking goes on. Is that intentional? I mean, she says it explicitly there. That's how he met me, in Jidion's Discord.
I thought that was messed up, but I think that's, like, another way EDP found me, because I was in the voice call that day, and I think he joined it, I'm not sure. And then when I told people, like, in the server that EDP texted me.
Why would he paint the victim badly? I don't know, why are you bringing up the fact that, totally regardless of anything else, that Kayla has claimed that Jidion is in the Illuminati? Why are you getting Chris Hansen to talk shit about Skeeter Jean and not talk shit about Jidion? Why are you asking Skeeter Jean if he does this purely for profit, and you're not asking Jidion?
Jidion quickly knew about it because his manager told him. And from there, Jidion just started messaging me, and he said that like he would take care of it. They would get like a decoy. Never happened. And that there was like...
Okay, so that clears that up. Alright, what a dog shit fucking documentary. Holy shit. At least he included the full documentary, I guess. Or the full interview, rather. Holy fuck. What dog shit, man.
You feel me?
Mike banned my comment on his second channel, her full interview, when it was pointed out. I don't know about that. Okay, I don't know about that.
Like, I don't give a fuck. You know, I deserve...
Like, I would just assume with a channel as big as Mike Clums's, your comment probably got hit, to be fair. I sincerely doubt that this guy's going through and manually deleting comments.
Compensated for my motherfucking time, for my efforts, you feel me?
And also, here's the message log of all the things that he said in my Discord. And I know it's a lot of stuff, but yeah, so that's all he said in my Discord. And he was promptly banned that same exact day. Now, on June 23rd, that is the day that Kayla at least went public in my Discord server, telling people in the Discord that EDP was talking to her. She was saying, hey, is this the real EDP account? Because if it is, he just messaged me. Now, I know you guys are saying, Jidion, that says deleted user. How do you know that that's her? Well, we did a lot of digging through the Discord server, and this is some evidence to show that it's her because we have old screenshots and everything. But to fully show you that this deleted user is her, she actually posted a photo of her ID photo on the Discord server saying how much she hated her photo. So yeah, this is for sure her. Keep in mind, she's the only one who alleges that EDP hit her up from my Discord server. Nobody else has ever came out saying that EDP hit them up from my Discord server. So
wait, she's the only one who alleges that. Is that not what EDP alleges as well?
out of the 130,000 people, she was the only one. And she goes public with it 2 days later after we did the interview with EDP. And she's telling the Discord that EDP's talking with her. So one of the members in my Discord said, send a screenshot. And for some reason, Kayla says, I'll send one real zoomed in for you. And she zooms it in only on the sup that he said. And to show that this really is him, when she showed us the messages, as you guys can see, EDP said sup. Now, I am going to be real. I do not 100% know if anything was said before that.
Dude, it's fucking insane. You've got to respond to this documentary. This 15-year-old girl who's got no fucking clue what she's doing. You're managing to go back and dig through all of the fucking, all of the information. And the best that you've got is, I haven't got any evidence that they didn't speak before. Very interesting. What this? Sup, is this the real EDP? Or just a fan account? If it's the real EDP, you should make more TikToks. You're funny. My friend and I are 15. We love watching them. I don't do TikToks anymore. I have my own website. Is this not a really fucking weird interaction if these guys have spoken before? If they know each other? Is this the real EDP or just a fan account? If it's the real EDP, hi again? No? Why is she talking about fucking TikToks? I'm not gonna go. It's impossible to be able to say 100% that they haven't spoken before this on like a different platform or something like that. But this looks as though this looks to be the first time they're speaking together. Right? Unless you think that this 15-year-old girl has gone back knowing that she can create a story out of this by fabricating an interaction where it looks as though it's the first time they're meeting, but like, what's the explanation for this?
As you guys can see, EDP said sup. Now, I am going to be real. I do not 100% know if anything was said before that sup. I am going to go off of her word. She says that EDP hit her up first. But I do find it a little weird that she zoomed in on that sup when someone asked for a screenshot. Now, when she first went public in my Discord server about talking to EDP, random members in my server were telling her to block him, telling her to get away, report him, and just telling her to just stop being in contact with him because he's a predator. And every time somebody would tell her something about stop communicating with him, she never replied to those comments. She also made these posts in the Discord asking users if
Oh, this 15-year-old child. Could you believe it, guys? This 15-year-old child didn't take adequate steps to be able to protect themselves. It's almost as though this 15-year-old child is not mature enough to understand exactly what they're doing. You're a retard. You're a retard. You're a retard. You're a retard.
She should troll him. And then she also puts in there, should I be a decoy? Should I do a catch a predator? Nobody replied to that message. Now, keep in mind, all these messages that she had posted in my Discord were nearly 2 weeks before I even knew about the situation.
When I told people like in the server that EDP texted me.
Yeah, it's almost as though this minor, this 15-year-old girl, is displaying a pattern of behavior where she's enjoying the kind of attention that she's getting for having risque conversations with EDP. I don't know if people picked up on this shit earlier, but you've got like EDP is replying to apparently nothing. And then he says, I love when you call me daddy. What, 7 hours later? Out of nowhere? Or was she something to EDP that she probably shouldn't have as a 15-year-old, and then she's deleted it to be able to take that screenshot? Like, it's dude, you can just tell that. If you look at this screenshot, it's super fucking easy to see what's going on there. Or at least the implication that this kind of shit is happening. So you've got evidence that she's, what, sexually engaging with fucking EDP? And then you're going to continue to reward that behavior by saying, yeah, don't worry. Keep on doing what you're doing. Maybe we'll get in a fucking video. But no, Jidion would never. Jidion would never use one of his minor fans to be able to generate content with him by interacting with a dangerous adult. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. He would never put a child in danger for content.
28th, so this is 5 days after she first went public in my Discord server saying that she was talking to EDP. She was telling users in my public VC of a Discord of 130,000 people that she was talking to EDP. And this is what the users in that VC told her when she was telling them that she was talking to a predator and that she's underage.
In the text messages, do you state your age?
Yes.
Okay,
like,
good.
Clearly and multiple times?
Yeah.
And he like, yeah, I mean, that's straight up wild.
Insane.
You can just send this
He
shit to
keeps
the FBI
asking
tip
me-
line if you want.
And again, after all of these people told her that she should stop talking with him and go to law enforcement, she just never responded to them.
I mean, what are you gonna do from here? You're gonna like call the police? I guess.
Yeah, but I guess I'm trying to get more evidence though, and then I need to get like, I don't know.
Now, fast forward to when I found out about this whole situation. When I first got on the call with her, I let her know I didn't feel comfortable with her talking with a predator, with her being underage. So I came up with some clever ideas to where we could switch off and I could take over communication and she wouldn't have to. Here's one of those examples that I gave her.
Maybe we could say something like, hey, my parents switched providers and I couldn't get my number, so this is my new one. And then it'd be a number that we could text through.
And granted, in that call, she did agree that that was a good idea, but she never gave over the communication to me nor Skeeter. Now, I really...
Wait, did you never fucking press on this? What do you mean? If that was your sincere intention, if that is what she'd agreed to, something like that, why are you not sending her the information to be able to direct him over? Why are you not telling her, okay, here's the number, I bought a SIM. What do you mean it never came to fruition? Are you not like reminded her? Have you not got text messages where you're saying, hey, tell him to text this number now, right? Like, if that's your dead set idea that that's what you're going to do, that's what he's trying to tell me, I guess. Why is that not brought up again and again and again and again and again? What the fuck do you mean? Because in the meantime, it's just this girl saying God knows what to EDP, potentially fucking up the case and essentially like putting herself in a victimizing position, no? Like, I don't know how this fucking guy thinks this exonerates himself.
really don't know why she never really wanted to give us over either the information for us to continue talking to him or even just saying that her number was messed up so we could talk to him on a different number. But when going...
Well, did you pester her at all? Or did you just bring it up one time and then you fucking dropped it and you were happy for her to do the fucking leg room or for her to do the fucking legwork of, I don't know, dealing with this fucking pedophile and writing back to him It's somebody else can do it, and you're lazy as fuck, so, you know, it's easier. Was she didn't want to hand it over. It's so fucking obvious, man. It's so fucking obvious. Like, you don't have to be in this shit long to realize that when Discord members, you know, randoms, non-creators get involved with this stuff, they are part of the content, right? They're getting involved. They've got like a gatekeeper access to something that you would otherwise want that you would use for content, right? But they're going to use that to feel involved and get that fucking attention and feel like they're in with it. No? Like, that's not the easiest fucking mind read possible. So obviously what's happening.
Through her messages in my Discord, I did find this thread of her, and I'm going to just let you guys hear it. So someone in my Discord rudely tells her that,
am I part of the content? Well, you know, it has been known for people to forward tweets into a public inbox and then claim to do all of the research for a certain live streamers, you know? So people love to feel as though they're involved. Although I do appreciate, of course, everybody who sends stuff to my inbox, okay? Absolutely every one of you, which is why you can hit !Discord in the chat for a link to be able to go there. You've got the inbox, you've got commentary suggestions, and you've got the threads that you can use to dig into your pet dramas, okay? Very fun. Very fun. If you want to do all the research for my channel... Okay, let's get back.
You taking credit for clout chasing a predator. She replies and said, no, I meant like I'm not going to go to trial after trial to not get credited. He's literally going to jail because of me. I'm saving these streets. Stop. Also, she responded to somebody who rudely told her that all she wanted was clout. And she said, if another YouTuber is going to make clout off of my situation, so am I. TF, that's wrong to take full credit off of something. You're just too young to realize it. And I know it's deleted user on deleted user. So I'm going to show you guys that at least this one is specifically hers. Somebody that lives in a different time zone as her. But as you guys can see, it's
yeah, like, you can do these to be able to impugn her character in retrospect. You're showing all of the red flags all along the way that should have told you this was a really fucking bad idea. Or a really bad person to try and get involved in. The reason why she's doing all this stuff is, even self-admittedly, it seems, clout. Why would you give her a bigger platform and a bigger incentive to be able to do it?
It's still 08 on the same day. They said, Kayla Hoskins, today at 8:08 p.m. If another YouTuber is going to make clout off of my situation, so am I, TF. So that's just to show that this was 100% her saying this. And the crazy thing is this isn't about a clout situation because it's really a tragic one. This man was talking to who he knew to be a 15-year-old girl, and he continued having sexual conversation, which is absolutely horrible, and EDP should be thrown under the jail cell. And in my first call with her, after I checked up on her to make sure that she was okay, I even let her know that I wanted her to be a ghost in this entire situation.
And don't worry about your privacy and everything, Kayla. You're gonna be a ghost in all of this.
The only people that I wanted to know that she was
oh yeah, except for the fact that EDP already has all of her personal information because she's a 15-year-old girl who's been contacted on her real Instagram page. What do you mean you're going to be a ghost in this? EDP, I don't even know how you could make a child feel that, like, confident or self-assured. Like, why are you saying that to her? Has she expressed some kind of concern with this? Maybe she doesn't want to go on. You can't assuage those concerns. You can't guarantee that she's going to be fucking private in all of this. EDP could go onto his Instagram and say, I fucking hate this bitch. This bitch catfished me. Here's the fucking account. And then all of her anonymity is out the fucking window. Like, part of this is that kids can't actually decide whether or not they're, you know, they're reasonably able to be able to take those risks, right? They're not able to evaluate them or think through if they want to be involved in predator snake catching, I guess. But you're also given, like, false assurances as well. Like, why? Why?
Personally involved.
Bro, can you clarify your stream schedule? Is it a 1-2 time a week going forward? It probably will be. Probably 2 streams a week going forward. Yeah. Listen, I'll try.
In this, and that she had been talking to him is her parents, which I also told them.
Sure, you're aware of, like, you know, everything that's happening.
Yes, my daughter always communicates to me. She's, I think she considers me.
She's got the fucking maid! She's got the maid! She's brought the maid onto the fucking mic. Consuela, come here. Aussie. My daughter speaks with me very much. She explains everything that's going on. Oh, 100%. Who the fuck is this she's put on the mic? Okay, it could be real. Listen, it could be real. This could really be her mum. Holy fuck, man. What the fuck are you doing?
Her best friend.
Oh, that's awesome.
And B, law enforcement. I didn't want anybody else and nor the world to know that this minor was talking to EDP. That's why me and Skeeter wanted to take over communication.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think we should I'll be like, yo, could you give us your information? We'll give it right back to you. You could change it. We just don't feel comfortable with conducting the investigation with an actual 15-year-old talking to him.
Yeah, basically. Or if she can get him to, text her, and we can set up, a text now account.
And well, yeah, just set up a new one, yeah.
And even though I wasn't doing pred catching back then, I even knew that cases like this could take a while. So we had actually made a pact that we weren't going to go public with anything about the EDP case until EDP was arrested. Now I know what you guys are thinking. Jidion, literally in a cupcake costume confronting EDP, and you posted that on your Instagram, so how could you not want anybody to know about it? Only reason why I posted that is because on August 27th, Kayla had texted me saying that the detectives told her that it was okay for her to post a video to talk about the situation, which
Hey, I don't know if you're going to see this, but I'm pretty sure you can post the EDP thing as long as you don't show the address of the dialysis center or say you know where he lives. Why'd you say that? Because cops don't want you to show his address or, say that you know where he lives so that they can catch him there and he won't run off. But apparently everything else is fine. Have you talked to the detectives?
It was okay for her to post a video to talk about the situation, which looking back on now, I know is pretty weird. And I personally highly doubt that a detective would tell a minor to come out and make a YouTube video about a situation with a predator. But nonetheless, Kayla went public first about this entire situation, not only going public with it, but also dropping the chat logs as well.
Okay, so there's been a lot of discussion over this about whether this was actually true or not. I'm going to be real. I'm going to stand by what I said about 12 months ago, 18 months ago. There is no fucking way that a police officer is going to endorse, making public information that they've had reported to them privately. That could definitely fuck up a case. That could 100% fuck up a case. I find it really fucking hard to believe that a detective would be like, yeah, no, 100%, go for it. Yeah, that sounds great. Oh my fucking god. Maybe that happened, maybe it didn't. At the end of the day, Jidion, I don't get where he's even trying to go with this. On screen right now is a fucking 15-year-old girl. You have made a 15-year-old girl so integral to your operation that she's able to completely blow up your spot and ruin the investigation by posting this shit on Instagram. Or posting this shit on YouTube. That is still on you. That is still on you. What do you mean? You put this person in a position of power.
Hello, my name is Kayla and I am unfortunately EDP's victim. I am 16, I'm turning 17, and EDP first started talking to me when I was 15. He messaged me first and I told him my age and he didn't block me.
So that is the only reason why me and Skeeter went public with it afterwards, because everybody already knew that we were involved in the situation. So we let them know, hey, this is what happened. But the plan from the beginning was to make sure that this all goes through and that EDP was arrested. Then we were going to post about it. And to prove that to you guys, here's an IG live that I did the day that we caught EDP that someone screen recorded, where we didn't let anybody know who we caught. All we said was that we caught somebody big.
Y'all know what we do. We would tell you guys who we just caught, but legally we can't. But
it's big.
It's big. The person that we're talking about, he talked to a real underage person, but we can't say who he is. But you guys will find out very, very, very soon.
Maybe a couple years.
Possibly a couple years. That's how bad this is.
But again, I want it to be known that I don't want any hate to be sent towards Kayla at all. She is a young woman, and genuinely, I would want her to move past this, man. That's why I didn't want her name to be out there or her name to be associated with this, because Bro, nobody wants to be known as the person who got groomed by EDP. About a year ago, she dropped a video titled "What Jidion Did Will Shock You." And this is what she had to say.
When I realized something was wrong, I spoke to a moderator in Jidion's Discord server, who happened to be someone I was kind of besties with at the time. But for her own privacy and safety, I won't say her name. I explained the situation, and soon everyone in the voice call started asking questions. Someone told Insight about what happened, and he ended up joining the voice call as well, and asked me if I wanted to be bait.
So I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt. When she made this video, it was already 2 years removed from the whole situation. So maybe she forgot how that conversation really went. But do you guys remember that VC call that I had showed you guys earlier where it was a bunch of people? That's the VC call that she's alluding to. And in that VC call, it was actually Kayla's idea to where she wanted to be the bait. And the people in the VC were coming up with ideas to get EDP to come out in person. And then Kayla decided to give herself up as tribute. I'll play the clip.
Do like the first meeting and then they not approach him.
Right.
In public?
Like in
And
public,
then get his
yeah.
confidence. And then
Wait. There's no fucking way that this guy is inside. Oh, no, it is. It is. I mean, he can try and blur out this guy's fucking desktop as much as he wants. This is inside. Because you've got, like, you've got streamer mode on, right? So I'm pretty sure if this guy was, I'm pretty sure this is the guy who's recording the call. Right? So this is inside. Right? Up here. This is him. White guy. Blonde hair. Confirmed to be in this Discord call. And then he's got streamer mode on. And so it like shortens his name. Right? That's how that works. I don't know because I don't use streamer mode. But if somebody can enlighten me, I guess. I'm pretty sure it is him who's recording the call. Right? Okay. Let's go for it.
they not
person. And then Kayla decided to give herself up as tribute. I'll play the clip.
do like the first meeting and then they not approach him.
Right.
In public.
Like in
And
public,
then get his
yeah.
confidence. And then like lure and then like get him and trap
Lure him to a hotel,
Right.
yeah.
Sorry, I thought that I was going to be presented evidence that she was the one who started this. We start the recording inside out, inside is giving her fucking ideas of what to do. Why not show us the start when she's the one who's bringing it up? Yeah, I could do this. Yeah, I could do that. And why the fuck is this freak not shooting her down? I thought that Jidion was fucking, Jidion and his team were responsible throughout all this. Telling her to block him, everything like that. No, so she was telling the truth. She was encouraged to go ahead and do more.
So that would be like God.
You still have to get a little.
Listen,
To be honest, I don't mind doing it, and I don't think my parents would mind.
And you'll see here how not only the members in the VC call shut that down completely, but also the mod that she says offered her the role of.
What do you mean? That's other people suggesting her do shit, and then she says, I would not mind, I don't think my parents would either. That's not her being the one pressing it. And even if it was, there are adults in that fucking call. The inside guy works for some, works like a business manager for some of the shit, apparently. And he's like propping this shit up. Okay.
Being bait also shut it down.
Inside, I don't know.
Regardless of how
I don't know.
It would be real. That's really a risk. Like high key.
Do even not do that under any circumstances.
Okay, listen.
Because you're
Yeah, you shouldn't actually physically be there.
Yeah, you would be subjecting. Technically, they would
Especially
be
since he talks
subjecting
about
you to
weapons.
pedophile.
Well, guys, you know, we did encourage her to carry on talking to him. We encouraged her to get, you know, set up a meet. Carry this shit all the way to the fucking finish line. But we told her not to meet him on her own, right? We're fine. We're fine. Listen, we're fine. We handled this totally responsibly. We told the minor that she should not meet up with the pedophile in person completely on her own. Excellent. That's excellent advice. That is excellent advice.
So I'm going to give her the...
No, I'm seeing this now. Jidion did say that he was going to be completely vindicated by the Mike Klum doc. I'm starting to see what he was alluding to.
benefit of the doubt and say that she's just misremembering it because it was a long time removed. And I don't think she meant any ill will or maliciously lied like that. But yes, this is the evidence. I just want to put that out there to clear the air, especially for my former mod Inside. And sadly,
let's clear up some other things from Inside, okay? So I think that full call there is like released somewhere. Maybe that'd be interesting to go and have a gander at. Let's have a look at Inside's old tweets. No? Let's take a little little trip down memory lane. What Inside said 3 years ago when the sting happened. Inside on the 4th of September, 2023. Was a bit of luck too. It's wild how EDP just decided to hit on somebody from the Discord. We took full advantage of it. What? You took full advantage of something, that's right. What an insane thing to say. What an insane thing to say. What a fucking insane thing to say. And you're supposed to, because it's not just like this one-off comment that he made either, right? You're telling me that I'm supposed to believe that this guy was very, very serious about concerns that she was involved with this. That if it was up to her and EDP, if it was up to him and Jidion, she would have had no part in this whatsoever, completely inappropriate, and they understood that. And then he's posting shit like this on Twitter. This is not the fucking tweet of somebody who understands exactly how dangerous this situation is at all, dude. It's fucking ridiculous. The way that these guys are trying to repaint it after the fact. Wait, doesn't that mean they took advantage of the situation, not the girl? Yes. I'm saying they did both, right? By taking advantage of the situation, they encouraged the girl to put herself in a more troublesome position, right? That's the argument I'm making.
but also weirdly, this was not the only time that Kayla was trying to be an IRL decoy to meet EDP in person. Since she never gave us the logins nor let us do the plan that we had of switching out the communication, I instead thought of the idea of getting an adult decoy. So that way when EDP came to meet, we could have an adult decoy there. Now, I had asked her to send me some photos of her, and she sent me these photos right here. With these photos, we found an actress that looks fairly similar to her. So I just find it weird that she's saying that we were forcing her to keep on talking to EDP when we're jumping through all these different hoops. I mean, if we can find an actress that looks just like her, then why wouldn't we just take over the communication?
Wait, no. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? What it sounds like is there was concerns about her showing up in real life to meet EDP. And so you took on and said, don't worry, we'll get somebody else to be there in your stead. What is this evidence of? This is evidence of Inside earlier having concerns about her meeting up with him in real life. It's not evidence that you, tried to take over communications? What the fuck is the argument here?
Talking to EDP when we're jumping through all these different hoops. I mean, if we can find an actress that looks just like her, then why wouldn't we just take over the communication?
That's a really fucking good question. Why didn't you? What is this supposed to prove? I hope that I'm not, missing the point here. I hope that Jidion is not, IQ maxing me or IQ mogging me right now. What's the point that he's trying to fucking make? We were responsible in this one regard, so why wouldn't we be responsible with everything else? That's a very good question. Why wouldn't you be? Why weren't you? What? It's like a complete non sequitur.
Just, to me personally, it doesn't make any sense, but again, she might just be misremembering things, so I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt. Now, I had sent her a photo of the of-age decoy that we would be using, and she sent me this really weird message. I'm gonna read that message for you real quick, and keep in mind, to my knowledge at least, this is the second time she's asked to meet EDP445 in person. Let me read you what she said. She said, "Quick question. I was wondering..."
Doesn't the girl have to give info so it's 100% up to the 15-year-old? It's not 100% up to the 15-year-old, actually. It's not 100% up to the 15-year-old at all. What do you mean? He's the adult in the situation. He gets to decide whether it carries on, whether it stops, whether he says, listen, you should block him, I'm not going to speak to you anymore. Huh?
Why you need a decoy to lure EDP? Because, hear me out, if he sees it, he's gonna leave. Meaning if he sees the decoy, he's gonna leave. And if it's actually me, I could get him to do devious things on camera that he won't be able to deny in court, you know? And since I'm really turning 16 on that day, wouldn't it make it more real? Like I could get him to spill the beans because I feel like he'll try to trick the decoy. And I let her know cops aren't going to allow you anywhere near that. I really didn't even know how to respond to that. Now, sadly, I couldn't control nor stop her from communicating with EDP 445. And that was already worse enough that she was even in communication / talking with him. But I was going to make sure one thing I could control is that she was never going to be anywhere near the vicinity of EDP 445. And this is why I'm giving her this strong benefit of the doubt because, bro, if I had to remember things 3 years ago, I would misremember too.
However, rather than treating the situation seriously, Jidion saw it as content.
Now, it really does suck that Kayla sees it as all I saw was content. And truly, I mean, I didn't just see it as content. I saw it as a monster actually talking to a minor who's a fan of me. So,
brother, you showed up in a cupcake outfit. What are you talking about? I didn't see it as content. I saw it as something very, very serious. Oh, fuck. Does anybody have a fucking picture of what this guy looked like on the day? Jidion cupcake. Come on, dude. You cannot with a straight fucking face. I didn't see this as content, okay? This was a very serious situation that I was dealing with, okay? Look at my serious face. This is my serious outfit. You're wearing a cherry beret.
Is it as all I saw was content? And truly, I mean, I didn't just see it as content. I saw it as a monster actually talking to a minor who's a fan of me. So I wanted to do everything in my power to get that man arrested. And I want her to stop being subjected to that monster, which is why I told her to block him.
I told Jidion every single time that EDP would send me dick pics, but he would never tell me to like block him or anything.
I want you to block him on your phone, right?
And I continued messaging.
Whoa, that's a crazy fucking clip. I don't know. If she's been so confident about the fact that, no, she was never told to block him on your phone. They're talking on Instagram. No?
Messaging him because it was very like encouraged for me to keep doing it. I did.
When they're talking about the blocking there, is that the one time that they're talking about switching it to another phone? And then that never gets brought up again?
Didn't really want to, but
like, there's no context to be able to explain any aspect of that.
But I didn't want to disappoint anybody.
I mean, what are you gonna do from here? You're gonna like call the police, I guess.
And that is the entire reason why I want to seamlessly transition so that we could take over the communication, because we would do a way better job. And not only that, but a minor would not be talking to a predator anymore. And I don't want to put words in her mouth, so I'm going to let her speak for herself. But I think the reason why she didn't let us just take over and let her be a ghost is because of what she said right here.
Now, me personally, am I an opportunist? Yes, I am. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that, as long as you're not harming anybody. And I don't think I was harming anybody. And especially when you're my age, if you're 16, people are going to think that you're young and dumb. So you kind of have to be an opportunist. You have to make your own opportunities. You cannot be waiting for them. But this entire situation was not that at all.
Now, I do want to...
She said that from the beginning with the fucking clout message. It's not a new revelation that she said this shit. Bro, you're the one giving her the opportunity! You're the guy giving her a big fucking platform to be able to say, I'm EDP's victim, because she's been so integral to the fucking case. You clearly don't give a fuck about giving her the opportunity, and you knew that that's what she was looking for from the start with this shit. She's not hurting other people, she's hurting herself by engaging with this stuff, or at the very least putting herself at risk. Like, the idea that EDP knows her exact real fucking name because she's using her real personal accounts to do this stuff. Insane. It's insane. It's insane just how fucking tone deaf this guy is about everything that went on. She was looking for an opportunity to get groomed, guys. She was actually looking for an opportunity to get groomed. So actually, I'm kind of innocent for facilitating it. Fuck me, man.
Give an update. So, Kayla gave me case numbers and detective numbers to call. I called the detective number and it was disconnected. And took me like till 3 years later to finally find out what police station she went to and everything. And she really doesn't have all the updates and everything. But luckily, since I deal with police so much, I kind of figured it out and figured out where to look. And I can confirm that there is a case number associated with the account, meaning that there wasn't a report made. And also, not only was there a report made, but I confirmed with the police station that this case is currently with the FBI. Now, granted, even though it's with the FBI, I don't know if they're still actively investigating it, and I don't know if they'll do anything with all of this, me personally. So while we can all hope and pray that this situation wasn't for nothing, because I mean, at the end of the day, she was still groomed, she is still a victim, and EDP needs to be arrested, I don't know if the FBI is going to do anything with the information. Hopefully, with the popularity of the documentary, plus his admission, hopefully something happens. We'll just have to wait and see. And even in my first conversation with her, I let her know that for this one, we're going to have to get law enforcement involved because we want this to be done away with. We want him to actually be gone. I'm not going to lie, for this.
I mean, then why didn't you make the police report? And why is it taking so long for you to actually find out, you know, what the police department this originally came from? Like, if you want police to be involved at every step, if you're acting in some vigilante capacity, don't you want to be speaking to the police at the time? Or is it just on her to make this report and then kind of let you know? The 15-year-old is the person who lets you know how they're going to conduct it.
This one, I feel like we do need to try to get some law enforcement to so this could be the end of this, you know? So I told her to go to law enforcement. My Discord and my mod told her to go to law enforcement. And the people just in my Discord, when she first told everybody that EDP was talking to her, they also told her to go to law enforcement and report this. But I can say it is reported, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
I feel like I was a victim of EDP, but I think I was mainly a victim. This is gonna sound crazy, but mainly a victim.
Wait, really? He's lying. He told her to do a police report the day they did the confrontation. Actually, as they were doing it. Wait, really? Are there dates on this? Is there a date on that recording? There isn't, is there? Debbie is crazy. I remember once I shoved my entire arm in her ass and she was fucking loving it. Shit. Any bitch back and take an entire arm in her ass is fucking deranged and fucked up in the head. Hey, what's up? Missed call. I don't see anything here. It's in the confrontation vid? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Feel free to send me something with that, by the way.
And report this. But I can say it is reported, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
I feel like I was a victim.
I'm really confused who was sticking their arm up a woman's ass. I can't lie. Like, I thought EDP was a virgin. Okay. I'm not gonna get into it. I'm not gonna get into it. I don't think I want to know.
Of EDP, but I think I was mainly a victim. This is gonna sound crazy, but mainly a victim of Jidion, in a way. I feel like for a long time I was his little puppet.
I'm not gonna lie, this part of the documentary actually hurt my feelings the most because, you know, she's pretty much saying that I victimized her more than an actual pedophile. I'm not here to fight what she said. You know, if she truly feels like that, then that's how she feels. I know what I did, though. I know I tried to take over communication. I know I told her to go to the police. I know my Discord told her to go to police. And I know we didn't want her to keep on talking to him. Also, she's been threatening to sue me a lot lately. Like in her video that she made about me recently, she threatened that I would be inside of a lawsuit.
I mean, at this point, what does Jidion even pay you for? Especially you inside. I can't wait to see you all inside a lawsuit next.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. I mean, Kayla has been threatening to do that shit for a fucking long time, to be fair. Like, over a year. And nothing's gonna come of it. Yeah, they are. Nothing's gonna come of it. I don't think, anyway.
And somebody in her comment section said, hey, why are you gonna sue Jidion but not
Oh, it's something about defamation, right?
EDP. And she replied with, EDP doesn't have any money. Yeah, I mean, I really don't know what else to say about that, man. You know, if that's how she feels, that's how she feels. She also made the claim that she
Yeah, I mean, this is the difficult thing I was saying earlier. But Kayla's just still got a way about her to say the most fucking deranged shit at every fucking stage to make it like impossible, just impossible optics. Like I said earlier, right? Not a perfect victim, okay? But I do think she was fucked over in all this. It's just, dude, stop talking. Stop talking.
That, man, you know, if that's how she feels, that's how she feels. She also made the claim that she photoshopped the photo of her on somebody and sent EDP a nude, when I specifically told her to never send him anything explicit.
No, I did not send EDP any pictures of me that were nude. What did happen when he asked me for them was that Jidion got like a lookalike of me, and I kind of photoshopped her face into Google pictures.
And a year before she did the documentary, so this is her first video coming out about her being the victim of EDP, she states in there that she did send him a nude, but it wasn't her, and that she just got it off of Google because she's quote unquote big-brained.
And he even asked for nudes, which the nudes that I sent him weren't mine. They were from Google because, you know, it's big brains, you know?
And the reason why this is making me so frustrated is because I told her multiple times to never say or send anything explicit to him if she was going to continue talking to him. Luckily, I was on the phone with her.
Wait, what do you mean if she was going to continue talking to him? What do you mean if she was going to continue talking to him? I thought you were pressing the entire time to be able to take over communications. What do you mean if she was going to continue talking to him? This guy just lies as he fucking breathes. Like, sentence to sentence, he's got contradictory shit in there. And he makes little tacit admissions about what he said at the time. Something tells me this Jidion guy might not be totally upfront with exactly what he did in this situation.
The other...
I don't even get what this criticism is. A 15-year-old does something fucking stupid. Okay? You put her in that position. You encouraged her to... Well, not put her in that position. Okay? But you encouraged her to carry on. At the very least, right? You gave her an incentive to carry on, that she could be involved in the whole story, except she wouldn't be there for the, like, eventual catch and confrontation. You're a big YouTuber, and she'd be able to say, I'm EDP's victim, as seen on the Jidion channel, right? You're, like, bringing her story to the forefront. Like, she's got a clear incentive to carry on, regardless.
Day, and I recorded the conversation, and I got her acknowledging.
He can't force her to stop talking? Huh? What do you mean? Yeah, but you can cut off the incentive. You can say, listen, if you want to keep on talking to him, ultimately, I can't stop you, but I'm not going to carry on with your story or whatever. Right? Easy peasy.
That fact. I'm going to roll the clip.
Did you take the picture of yourself, or did you go on Google?
No. I did not send anything to anyone.
So you never sent him anything
Absolutely
sexual?
not. I think, I will say this, you even told me not to do that, because the idea was for him to, like, he kept asking, you know, so we were trying to figure out something.
I told you to never send him anything sexual, correct?
Yes.
And so we went back in the archives of my Discord to see things that she sent to show people that, you know, she was talking to EDP. And before we were even aware of the situation, I saw this one screenshot where on her Instagram, she sent him a photo, and obviously it was in disappear mode, so you can't tell what she sent to him, but you could tell by his reply that it was something. And I mean, oh my gosh, man, the fact that she could have potentially been sending that stuff to him before we got involved is very, very, very disturbing. It's disturbing if she sent anything to him regardless. So Kayla just dropped a new video, and I just want to give her a huge shout out because she again admits that I told her not to send anything explicit to EDP.
As for the nudes, so this is the part in the documentary that kind of weirded me out because I believe it was cut out. I recall saying that the idea of having my face like on a decoy's body, I recall saying that that idea was brought up, but it was never fully like gone through with. But they cut that part out, maybe for shock factor. I did say that though. And so I don't know why they cut that out. That was kind of weird. But that's that. I mean, I never sent him anything.
And he even asked for nudes, which the nudes that I sent him weren't mine. They were from Google because, you know, it's big brains, you know?
She also made some other claims as well. She kept on saying that I'm in like the Illuminati.
As for the Illuminati, that is not something I want to talk about right now. I will talk about it in code, but this is the first and last time I probably will ever talk about it because simply...
Why? Why do this to yourself? Why do this to yourself? Why ever fucking say this publicly? Oh my god, it's like impossible. It's actually impossible. It's so fucking stupid. Oh my god. She says she could have sent nudes before he got involved, but nothing he did would stop her from sending nudes after he got involved. Wait, what? He says, Jidion, presumably, he says she could have sent nudes before he got involved, but nothing he did would stop her from sending nudes after he got involved. I mean, it sounds like maybe she was lying to him. And she seems to say in an early video that she did send something, which, yeah, that's why you don't let kids handle pedophiles, right? Overall thoughts on his response? I mean, it's like, he's tacitly admitting that he's lying at certain bits, right? But he's definitely given, like, a misleading impression of everything that's going on here. Like, 100%.
I don't want to die. I do kind of fear for my life.
So first, to address the Illuminati claim, first, I don't think the Illuminati is going to be adding in a YouTuber that goes out and arrests child predators. And then second, I believe in Jesus Christ. He's my Lord and Savior. And then third, to my knowledge, the Illuminati is a whole group of Satanists, right? And what's funny about that is, I don't know if Kayla still is or not, but she used to be, or she might still be, a Satanist. She had it in her profile right.
Oh my! This is how deep we're going with this shit. We're alleging that EDP's victim might have been a Satanist the entire time. At this point, maybe this is why EDP's not gone to jail, man. Maybe this is why EDP's not gone to jail. I mean, are you really gonna trust the word of a Satanist? Literally, literal succubus stuff. You know, he couldn't help. Okay, I'm not gonna go that far.
There, so like I don't understand why she keeps on saying I'm in the Illuminati when she herself is an admitted Satanist. But no, it's Christ gang all day over here, man. But yeah, this is the end of the video, man. Please, nobody send her any hate at all. I think we just all want to move past this situation, and I'm gonna be posting my reaction to the EDP.
Yeah, we all want to move past the situation, right guys? Right guys? Which is why I'm responding to criticism and Kayla's video that she just dropped on me. We all want to move past this.
Video, the documentary. Everybody's like, oh, he's scared to react to it. No, I'm not scared to react to it. I've just been so busy, bro. We've caught 2 preds so far this week alone, and we got more to go. And today, I've been busy. Also, I want to give a huge shout out to Kayla, man. I wish her nothing but the best. She is not only a med student, but she's also a law student at the same time while doing her music career. She's doing it all, man. So huge shout out to her. And there is a police report. I don't know if they're going to do anything with it or not. I don't know. Only Kayla can get the updates from the FBI. So that's on her. I'm not going to have any more contact with her or anything. And I'm not talking about the situation ever again. Unless EDP gets arrested, then I'll make an update. But yeah, y'all, I love you guys. Y'all be
okay, that's that. I mean, this is all stuff that I was watching in preparation for the interview that Himpleton was supposed to be doing with EDP originally. Although, yeah, I've been told this. Apparently, Himpleton confirmed this on stream. Apparently, Jidion told Himpleton after informing him that his dog ate his cancer and now needs surgery. Apparently, Jidion has said to Himpleton that he doesn't want to be asked about... Wait, hold on. I thought that he did not want to be asked about Kayla. He doesn't want to be asked about EDP either. What the fuck is the point of the interview? Oh my fucking god, there's no way. There's no fucking way. First, his dog is sick, and so he can't do the interview. And now he doesn't want to even be asked about any of the drama recently. Really? Why is he so afraid? Literally, why is he so afraid? Why is he so afraid of being asked about EDP or Kayla? I thought that I thought that he was fine with her. I thought that he was wishing her the best. I thought that he was more than happy to talk about it. In fact, I mean, he said on live stream that the Mike Klum documentary was gonna vindicate him. Now, why does he not want to talk about it? Why does he not want to talk about it anymore? Fucking rat. Okay. He raped Kayla, apparently, allegedly. That's not true, okay, Alex? That's not true. That's not true. That's not true, okay? That's not true. No, I'm not going to make that joke. That's fine, Dickers. He has Dankyjabo to sweep, aka Dankyjabo. True. That's very true. Apparently Dankyjabo has taken his video down. Because I saw a clip where Dankyjabo was saying that Jidion had been completely vindicated. Hold on. I mean, to be fair, okay, I'll just say, if he's put out a community post saying that he, I don't know, disavows it or, you know, wants to walk it back, I mean, what are you gonna do, you know? He unlisted it. I thought that he put out some kind of community guideline. Oh, sorry, some kind of community post. Hello, my people. YouTube's not letting me pin comments, so I thought I'd make a post clarifying that TX2 messaged me and would like to donate all of the proceeds from the song we spoke about in Video to Rain. That's not it. On his Shepherd Boy channel. Okay. Shepherd Boy. Okay. Whoa! Okay. Okay. To bring you guys up to speed, if you've got no fucking clue what I'm talking about, let me grab a little bookmarked clip that I saw that made me want to watch the rest of it. Here we are. Here we go.
Wow, how you doing, man? Jidion doing everything but taking accountability for putting a minor in a horrible position with a predator. Yeah, but from what we're hearing, Jidion didn't put... Have you been fucking listening to this? Like, you know what? Whatever. So the entire...
Have you not been listening, guys? Have you not been listening? Jidion beat the heckin' allegations, bro. He disproved all the heckin' allegations.
So yeah, I guess the entire thing of what Kayla said in the documentary about her being encouraged to speak to EDP more was also bullshit. I really do believe that Jidion would have waited for law enforcement to get involved and, you know, arrest EDP and do all these things before he ever went public with it if Kayla hadn't sort of fucked it first. But Kayla probably fucked it first because she knows that she messaged him first. Overall, I would...
Insane inference. Insane inference. How the fuck do you even put that together? What the fuck are you talking about? So you've assumed that she's lying about the police thing, okay? Fair enough. I probably think so as well, okay? And then you've assumed that EDP, that she messaged P first on the back of that, despite the DM evidence that she had not. Now, I've heard that these guys are buddies, okay? I've heard these guys are buddies together. Apparently, Dankyjabo has been on Jidion's stream quite a few times, and I think Jidion has been on Dankyjabo's stream as well, apparently. So they've collaborated a few times. So I wonder if that's, you know, putting a little bit of a thumb on the scale a little bit here.
Say it was a good video, it was a necessary video, and it was a fair video from Jidion. As much as I don't...
There's no way that he was fucking... Dude, there's no fucking way that Dan was lapping up all the...
I wish Kayla the best, guys. I wish Kayla the best. I think that you guys should not harass her. However, she is a Satanist.
She's a Satanist, and she's obsessed with clout, and she said that I was in the Illuminati. Totally fair video. Completely fair video.
I don't think it was perfect. I think it was... I think he's well within his rights to make this video. Completely. And I do think it exonerates him of a lot of the shit and slander that he was getting as a result of the documentary. Oh, Noir, how you doing, man?
Okay. So I got sent earlier his entire reaction to Jidion's response, and so I thought I'd maybe go through that on stream. But seems like as of 3 hours ago, he heard that Dickers was going live. An hour into my stream. You know, strangely, 4 days after the original publication, he unlists it, and he posts this community post. Heads up, I unlisted my last Jidion video. I just don't agree with how I approached it, so I'd rather not have it up. But if you have the link, it's still available if yous are interested in seeing how I messed up. Lamau? Or IMO. I'll paste the comment I pinned that in hindsight I totally agree with. Personally, I take away a few things from this that don't change, whether Kayla lied or not. Jidion invited a pedo into his Discord when the Discord wasn't age restricted. Yes, I know, Kayla didn't meet him through there. What? Oh, dude, even this vindication, even the clarification is full of lies. Okay. That's still incredibly dangerous for somebody who's trying to protect kids. He wanted that interview so bad, he was willing to let a pedo into a space of children. He could have had a phone call or a Zoom call or anything else. Next, I don't know about you guys, but the second I hear a kid is talking to a pedo, I'm reporting it. I'll leave it up to the kid to do the right thing. At one point, he even believed she never went to the cops, and he didn't check into that until these last few days, finding out she did report it. So, he kept in contact with a minor who refused to stop talking to EDP, and whom he thought didn't report this to the police, or lied about it. He should have removed himself from speaking to Kayla, talked to the police himself, and called the mom back to make sure the mom stops it too. And that last part isn't totally on him, but it'd be the right thing to do. And truly the only reason for any of this, for any of it, seems to be he wouldn't have content if he went to the cops right away, when he knew Kayla wasn't stopping the messaging. Kayla could be Hitler levels of evil, but you still have to criticize Jidion for the things he didn't do. I'm talking to the Jidion stands that keep victim blaming a child for lying. Yes, a 15-year-old lied to get more attention from a YouTuber she liked. So she's evil now? Like, come on. I expect a kid to do that. I'd expect the adult to do the right thing. Oh my god, dude. This person is like talking so much fucking sense. It's insane. Yeah, even if you take everything that Jidion said in his video, it's complete verbatim. You believe all of it. It's still, to a reasonable person, doesn't address the core allegations there, does it? Let's be real. Let's be real. No excuse on my end. There were just a few bad, no excuse on my end. This is back to Dan. There was just a few bad takes I had live that I'm retracting because I don't stand by them. I, without doubt, cut him way too much slack. I'll also be donating $1,000 to Rain, so I don't profit off these takes either. And so that ultimately becomes something positive that can come from it. Cheers for watching, as always. Alright. Nice. At Dickers, her vid. Jidion abused me more than EDP. Yeah, I don't know. What are you not... Jacob, genuinely, what are you not fucking getting, man? Kayla could be Hitler levels of evil, but you still have to criticize Jidion for the things he didn't do. QED. I mean, I don't know how funny you can fucking put it, man. It is what it is. Ultimately, Jidion might have, like, victimized her. But if you give an incentive structure to a child to repeatedly victimize themselves by contacting a pedophile, yeah. You're basically doing the exact same. What do you mean? You're responsible, partially, for that victimization. And then after the fact, you and your mod go on a public fucking tirade against this 15-year-old who you've got to help you out with your fucking pedo stings? What are you doing? What are you doing? You put a child in a position where they could fuck up your case. You put a child in a position where she could fuck up your content. And then you go and, start shit-talking her online after the fact? What are you doing? What are you doing? You're beefing with a fucking child? Totally deranged shit, man. Completely fucking deranged. I don't know. After not owning up to what he did and didn't do in this situation, I don't know how anybody can have any fucking respect for this guy going forward with his pedo catches, like, legitimately. How do you not look at this guy sideways, like, constantly from this point on? I don't know. Who knows? Listen, who knows? Maybe Crime Watch Daily or Turkey Tom will do a video talking about this stuff, and then we'll get a live stream from Jidion where he finally realizes the error of his ways, takes accountability, and then makes up some cope about feeling really defensive at the time. Maybe. Who knows? You know? Yeah, maybe Kayla was really defensive. Sorry, really mature for her age. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, fuck me. All right. I think that's it. I think we got through it, you know, in the end. I mean, the question of, like, who's lying in all of this, I think that Kayla might have told lies, or she makes claims that she seems to go back on. She makes some crazy fucking statements about the Illuminati and shit like that. It's just, like, thoroughly uncredible as a personality. But, you know, the evidence of everything else that we've got, even what Jidion is happy to admit to himself, I mean, that's enough. Right? So, yeah, that's basically my conclusion on all of it. Kayla comes across as somebody who is mentally stunted. What are you talking about? She's a med student and a law student. She's studying to be a doctor and a lawyer at the same time. And you think she's mentally stunted? I don't know, Alex. I think you just hate women. Young girls, specifically. You're like an anti-pedophile, bro. Okay. Nice. There we are. I think that's that. You know what? I think that's that. I'm looking forward to, massively, Himpleton's interview with Jidion. Although, I'm being honest, I just don't think that shit's gonna come. You know? I don't think that shit's gonna fucking happen. First of all, his dog gets sick, and so he can't have an hour-long interview. Huh? And then all of a sudden, after that's the big news, suddenly he doesn't want to talk about EDP or Kayla. I mean, it's smart what he's doing, but he's clearly an incredibly fucking manipulative guy, you know? But, there we are. Okay. That's that. Jidion fed his dog chocolate on purpose. This is what the streets are saying. This is what the streets are saying. I mean, that's not really Jidion's style, to be fair. Maybe he contracted, like, a teenage girl to be able to, like, fight the dog. I don't know. Okay, nice. I think that's going to be it. That is going to be a wrap. That's going to be a stream, okay? So I'm going to do exclamation point Discord in the chat. So if you haven't already, you can join the Discord. And I'm going to go back through and like everybody who donated, okay? Like the stream on the way out if you haven't already. First time here, feel free to subscribe, okay? I am not retired. Dickers is not dead. Dickers is not dead, all right? Okay, nice. I'm going to thank everybody, and then I'm going to raid out, okay? Thank you to Kitkatza, Artemis, Will Is Me, Space Station, Dan Mac Photography, Lazy YT, Speed Racer, Samuel, Free Tyrone 9000, and Just Your Nightmare. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You're being stingy with streaming time. Oh my god. Just be happy you got a fucking stream, okay? Lots of love. Chat to you guys later. See you soon. Bye. Oh, me, man.